What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Welcome to RossonARI TV. We are going to be talking about our favorite thing, Milan and the bots in charge, looking for the new coach, for the new Pioli, the new scapegoat. We need a new scapegoat in order to deflect the blame to whomever that person is, so the bots in charge can remain free of criticism and free of judgment. Um, the names that are being said right now are interesting. We have a bunch of names. Actually, we have a lot of names. There's a lot of interesting coaches available right now, but it looks like we are going all in for Fonseca. I don't know about the story. We are going to look into that one, but we're also going to be looking about the other coaches available. All great candidates to be in great scapegoats for Furlani and the bots. Um, so, and also it's good that we have all these free coaches, because it's very possible that Milan might also need one or two or more coaches during the course of next season. Because if things don't go well, you need to have another scapegoat to come in. We need a revolving doors of scapegoats for this new management. Anyway, let's start with Fonseca, since he is the one that is the most linked in this current moment, even though, guys, some new things have emerged, some new possibilities, some new things to think about, some new maybe speculations. For example, De Zerbi. De Zerbi is now officially leaving Brighton at the end of the season, and he might be available. So obviously we have to talk about De Zerbi. You still have Conte there. There's still Sarri. There is Fonseca. There's a bunch of foreign coaches with zero pedigree that seem to be the most linked to the job. Looks like Conceição right now is out of the picture. You have some of the bigger coaches, the more expensive coaches. Conte is one of them, but you have some other ones that are freed up. It looks like Klopp now is going to be available. But I really doubt. I'm not even going to waste my time talking about Klopp. That would be crazy if Klopp joins Milan. Allegri is available also. Allegri and his terrorist football is available. He just won a trophy. Juventus won a trophy with Allegri. Allegri got sacked. He got fired. Unceremoniously, he got fired really badly for his antics. I mean, that relationship was heading towards a divorce either way, but it looks like he did get fired because of the antics of that game against Atalanta. At least that's what they're saying. Or maybe that's the cover-up story. Maybe that's the excuse. He was going to get sacked anyway. And it looks like Juve is going all in with Thiago Motta. Apparently they have an agreement there. And Thiago Motta also was one of the coaches that we were linked to. But let's talk about the one and only, maybe guys, the greatest coach that has ever graced the Serie A in the history of not the planet, not the solar system, not the galaxy, not the universe, but existence. In the history of existence, the greatest coach to have ever graced existence, Fonseca. Let's talk a little bit about Fonseca. We have a little article here. Parolo, old Italy player, has something to say about Fonseca. Let's see what he says. The pros and the cons. So Fonseca, Parolo says, the pros are the technical continuity with the same formation as Pioli. Interesting. So Fonseca plays a 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3. Okay, good information. So that means that they don't need to change so much. Okay, well, that kind of adds up. I mean, at the end of the day, they did buy a team to play a certain kind of formation, a certain kind of football. So maybe they are thinking, hey, let's not get a coach that plays completely different, because then we have to rebuild the team. Rather, let's kind of give this algorithmic disaster class we did this summer some continuity. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. So he kind of plays that similar formation as Pioli, as well as the experience of working with young players. I mean, all coaches work with young players. I don't know if that is a pro or a con, but one thing about young players is this: are we a team that to develop young players, or are we a team to win trophies? The greatest coach on the planet right now, Signor Don Corleone Carlo Gambino Ancelotti, recently, was asked regarding Arda Güler, a player that I love, a player that I really wanted to see at Milan. He was asked about Arda Güler, why isn't Arda Güler playing as much, etc., etc. And Mr. Don Carlo Ancelotti, Mr. Don Carlo said, listen, Real Madrid did not pay me to raise kids. They pay me to win trophies. So that's my main focus. I'm not here to make young kids into phenoms. I'm here to win trophies, and sometimes that means that some younger players, get to sit on the bench. So it really depends on what is the strategy. What do we want to do? Do we want to continue to be a team that grows young players? And why are we growing young players? What is the point of growing young players? Now, I see what Maldini was doing. He was growing young players in order to build a team that eventually would strive to be the best in Europe. That was the plan with Maldini. What is the plan with these guys? If you just look at the facts, if you look at the words, if you look at the seminars, Mr. Cardinale said that the reason why he got into European football is because of the whole Moneyball thing. You buy low, sell high. And that really comes with the young players. You buy the young players low and you sell them high. So what is the main goal with trying to build young players? To me personally, I was like, we did that. We spent 5 years building young players. Now it's time to fight for the Champions League. Now it's time to fight for the biggest rewards. Why do we still need to grow young players? We need to have a strong core team and then have players come in here and there where they can. That would be the ideal scenario. If we are here going to be building young players forever, I'm really questioning why. But a lot of questions will be answered this summer. I'm very curious to see what they do with some of the young players that apparently have been built under the Furlani and Cardinale regime. All right, let's continue. He has also coached many European teams and knows Serie A, so he knows what is required of him. Yes, he has coached European teams. That is 100% true. I saw that he has had pretty good experience in Eastern Europe with Ukraine. He got to win some trophies over there. In Serie A with Roma, man, I am not going to be generous. I'm going to be 100% honest. He looked like a beta to me at Roma. It did not look good to me. He did not give me a good impression. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that he can't perform with AC Milan because of how he performed with Roma. This is just an opinion. When I think about Fonseca when he was at Roma, nothing stands out to me. I'm not like, wow, what a great coach. I wish he came to Milan, right? Because there are coaches that have coached different teams, and you look at them and you say, damn, that coach would be really good at Milan. Thiago Motta being one of them, right? Thiago Motta coaching one of the smaller teams or smaller than Milan. And you think, okay, that guy's doing a really good job. I'll love, I'm not going to say I would love to see him in Milan, but I think he's a good candidate, right? You think of other coaches, Gasperini. You think of maybe Palladino for what he's doing at Monza. Some people will say Italiano. Some people will say De Zerbi for what he did at Sassuolo and Brighton. But has anybody ever thought when Fonseca was coaching Roma, oh my God, we need to get that guy? I don't think anybody ever had that idea in their mind. So that's just being honest. I'm not being harsh on the guy. I don't have anything against Fonseca. I'm just being honest. I don't think anybody thought while Fonseca was coaching Roma, this guy would be a good candidate to coach Milan. While there are many coaches that have coached smaller teams in Milan that you think, okay, this guy could be a good candidate. So that is definitely one thing to think about. Now, in my personal opinion, based on the facts, looking at the numbers, connecting the dots, the reason why maybe Fonseca is the main candidate, maybe they have found out that Fonseca is an easy person to work with. He's a yes man. He's going to go along with the corporative line. He's going to go along with the algorithm, with the money ball. He's going to go along with whatever he's going to be told. And essentially, that's what I think this management wants and needs. Someone that, toes the line, someone that is in lockstep with the ideas of the upper management. And I think that is really the main thing they're looking at, right? Because look at all the different things. Furlani not being able to handle strong dialogue, not being able to handle people that disagree with him. Cardinale not really knowing anything about football. He needs his people in his MIT people in Texas working on computers to do the market for him. So they need someone that is in lockstep with them, that they need someone that will not stress them out, essentially. They need someone that will not stress them out. And I think when it comes to Italian coaches, they probably think that most Italian coaches will stress them out because Italian coaches tend to be, at least the Italian coaches available, like Sarri, Conte, those ones, tend to be quite difficult to work with because they're very demanding, they're very ambitious, and also in Italy, guys, this is something very interesting about Italy. You see it in the media, you see it in the TV shows, you see it in the dialogue. Italians love to scream at each other. Italians love to fight. If you look at the TV shows and you compare them to I look at the TV, since I speak fluent Italian and fluent English, I see the Italian shows, the football shows, and I see the English football shows. In the Italian football shows, they're screaming at each other. It's like they love this way of dialogue and this very over the top just war. They love the war. Dialogue is war. Maybe Furlani, Cardinale, they don't want that. They don't want that. So possible that this is why they want maybe a coach with less personality, let's put it that way, and someone they can work with easily. Now, does he know what is required of the Serie A? Yeah, of course he's had the Serie A experience, Fonseca. Does that mean anything? I don't know. There are many coaches that had Serie A experience that came to Milan and then didn't do much. I really don't know. But one thing that I do know is patterns and numbers. Math is not an opinion. Math is immalleable. I was looking at the history of foreign coaches in Italy in the Serie A, and only a handful have won trophies in Serie A. Only a handful. Literally, you can, if you go through the history of the Serie A from now all the way back to the early 1900s, there's literally a handful. You can literally count them on one hand. And I can do it now. I can do it now for you. You got Mourinho, you got Eriksson, you got Lidholm, you got Helenio Herrera, and then you have two Hungarian guys back in the early 30s when Hungary was a top football nation. And that's it. It finishes right there. It's five guys. It's five guys, maybe six. I think there was an Austrian guy too. You know what? Maybe seven. There was an English guy too. That's it. Seven people. That's it. Set in more than 100 years. Seven foreigners have won anything in Serie A. Now, I'm not saying that foreigners can't win the Serie A, but I'm saying many foreigner coaches have come to the Serie A, and a very small percentage of them have done well in the Serie A. And that's because, the Serie A Italy has its own culture, its own traditions, its own traps, and you really got to know the culture, and it's just the way it is. So this is a concerning statistic. When I look at the statistic, 7 foreign coaches in more than 100 years of football in Italy have won the Serie A. 7. That's it. 7. That number is maybe maybe it's 1% of all the foreign coaches that have ever come to Italy have won anything. So this is something to look at. And my opinion is, if you're going to get a foreign coach, it can't be a Fonseca. It can't be a guy that is going to come to Italy and try to rewrite the wheel. It has to be a big dog. It has to be a big dog. It has to be a Klopp. It has to be a Guardiola. It has to be one of these big guys, because the history says that foreign coaches struggle a lot in Italy. They probably need time to adapt. Is Fonseca going to be given his time if he screws up his first year? I don't know. It really depends on how much pressure the Milan fans put on the management. So these are things to consider. These are definitely things to consider. Anyway, let's see what Parolo says regarding the cons. The cons: he won't cause fireworks and is not a drastic shock because he seems like someone who will lead you to good results, but I don't know if he will win a trophy, he stated. Okay, kind of politically correct answer. I'll give you my cons. The ones I spoke about is just there's not that big of a history of foreign coaches coming to Italy and being successful. He's already come to Italy, and was he successful with Roma? I'm not too sure. I'm not sure if you can consider his tenure at Roma a success. So that is something that needs to be addressed. That is definitely something that needs to be addressed. So it looks like Fonseca is the guy right now. It is not certain, but it does look like Fonseca is the guy that they're looking at. He's the one that right now the media is paying a lot of attention to. But one thing to me that seems odd, seems possible actually, is De Zerbi. Because De Zerbi has left Brighton. De Zerbi kind of plays the football that these guys envisioned, right? This summer, they envisioned this kind of football that you dominate. You dominate your opponents. Barcelona 2.0, actually the real Barcelona. They fooled a lot of people in making a lot. Not me, guys. You need to be real good to fool me. You need to be real good to fool. You need to be more than elite to fool me. But a lot of people got fooled by the idea that these midfielders that they bought were going to dominate the Serie A and dominate their opponents and outpossess everybody and just dominate, right? Like Barcelona used to do. Obviously, that is what they wanted to do. Now, De Zerbi does play that kind of football, that kind of possession football. And also, De Zerbi is known for basically not having any defensive structure at all, because usually his reputation now has become, when he loses by a lot. When he wins, it looks good because the team plays nice football, so it looks good when he wins. But when he loses, it looks real bad because there's no defensive integrity in his style of football. That's what his reputation is right now, currently in England. So it kind of is a little bit in line from a footballing standpoint of what the team is right now. Also, him being Italian, being Milanista, maybe is easy to work with. I don't know. But I think De Zerbi could actually be a good candidate for Milan. And I think De Zerbi could be the guy, because I wouldn't put too much stock in what the media is saying right now, saying this is the guy, Fonseca is the guy. We don't know that because the market is very malleable. Things change every single day. For example, a week ago, I mean, maybe they knew, but we didn't know. De Zerbi wasn't even in the picture. Now all of a sudden, De Zerbi is in the picture. A week ago, maybe they knew, but we didn't know. Allegri wasn't in the picture, but now Allegri is in the picture. Allegri is obviously not a candidate for them at all. Allegri is too difficult of a personality for them. He's way too ambitious for this management. So Allegri is out of the picture, and that's good because Allegri's football. I don't want to see Allegri's football. If I'm going to get a defensive coach that plays that kind of football, I'll take Conte. I'll take Conte, but I'm not going to take Allegri. At least that's my opinion. And then Klopp. Klopp is too much of a. I don't see Klopp happening. I mean, like if you get Klopp, that means that you're extremely ambitious, right? If you get Klopp, that means you're extremely ambitious. If you get Conte, that means you're very ambitious. If you get Fonseca, that means that you're not very ambitious. You just want to keep the status quo and that you want things to be okay, just achieve minimum objectives, no risks, only rewards, finish top 4, doesn't matter. The rest doesn't matter. So I don't know. Maybe they're going to surprise us and they're going to go for a big name coach. I definitely don't see it. One thing that I did see today is that they're not looking at Italian coaches. They want a foreign coach. They want to build an international team as much as possible. They want to stay away from the Italian market as much as possible. I was looking at a show today, and one of the journalists was reporting this. So that's the other thing that makes me want to think that maybe De Zerbi is not the guy. But even though I do think he is a good candidate, but from what I heard today, it looks like they do want to move away from Italian mentality, Italian football. They want to literally build what Nathan was saying a while ago, an EPL team. So that is something to look at. That is definitely something to look at. In conclusion, the end of the day, when I look at the news that is coming out, filtering, I'm disappointed. More demonstration that this team is being built for the wrong reasons. And it's going to keep on going in that direction. This is not about football. This is not about Milan. This is going to keep on being about Redbird. And that's the bottom line. There's nothing else to it. It is a little bit disappointing to see a lot of American AC Milan fans, on various channels, going along with this horror show and thinking that this is great. This is great. I've heard someone say, I'm not going to mention names, that Maldini was just a pretty face at Milan, and his presence, at Milan didn't really do much. I've had to hear someone say that in a very prominent AC Milan channel. I think that is one of the most, I'm not going to mention names, but that has to be one of the worst, out of touch, ignorant takes I've ever heard from a channel that prides itself for being quite knowledgeable. But hearing someone say that Maldini was just a pretty face and his presence didn't really do much is so ignorant and out of touch that I don't even know how to respond to that. But it is the way things are. It's because it's an American ownership. You kind of have to toe the line. It's the way it is. It's just the way it is. Now regarding Thiago Motta, I think Thiago Motta has done a really good job at Bologna. You cannot deny that. Bologna has achieved an incredible season. Thank you to Salamakers, by the way. Salamakers. Another great season from Salamakers. Salamakers is very consistent. Every season he gets the job done. Another season in Europe for Salamakers. Good for him. But yeah, Thiago Motta, very good coach, I would say, for what he has shown us. Um, but it looks like Juve is going to go for him. If Milan can snatch him up, maybe out of the, I'll give you this. I'll give you this. I'll concede this. Out of all the noobs, out of all the amateur coaches, the up and coming coaches that don't have much of a pedigree as far as coaching goes, the most impressive to me has to be Thiago Motta. It has to be Thiago Motta. But then again, is Thiago Motta the kind of guy to toe the line like that? I don't know. I don't know the guy. I don't know his personality. It seems like, according to some of the reports, it seems like some people in the management don't like him. And yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I really do not know who the next coach is going to be, but whoever it is, that coach is going to have an uphill battle because he's going to have to instill a mentality into a team like Milan, and it's not easy with Milan. It's not so simple just to spend money and put players on the pitch and then you win. Like, you see, like a lot of people, that's what they believed this summer. They believed, okay, well, they spend a lot of money. If Furlani spends this money on these players, that means they're the best in the world. If they wear an AC Milan jersey, then that automatically makes you a winner. It's not like that. Winning is very difficult. Winning trophies is even harder. Continuing to win trophies is even harder. It requires incredible mentality. It requires sacrifice. It requires class. It requires a lot of things that this management just does not provide. Give me a second. Yeah, so it's not so simple to just say we're going to get a new coach and we're going to get these players and everything is going to be okay. We're just going to win. It doesn't work like that. It really does not work like that. Winning trophies it's a philosophy, it's a mentality, it's a way of being, it's a way of life. Sacrifice is the bigger aspect of winning trophies. Sacrifice requires, what does sacrifice require, guys? Let me hear in chat. Let me see. Let me put you guys at the test. What is required for sacrifice? What is, in order to be good at the aspect of sacrifice, what is required? What is required, guys? Let me hear it. Let me see if you guys know. Salah makers. That's right. Guys, I will be going through the chat. What is the key component? The key component of this trait, the trait of sacrifice. Sacrifice requires grinta balls, not giving a fuck, giving it all for the badge and colors. True, true. But there's another thing, there's another attribute. There's another attribute that is very important. Firstborn child. Blood of Maldini. A Ferrari. What is it, guys? Come on, come on. Let me hear you. Come on, what is it, guys? We're talking about psychology here. Sporting psychology. What is the attribute that you need in order to really be able to sacrifice yourself? Skynet? No. That's the complete. Okay, this is a clue. Skynet is the complete opposite. No, not Moneyball. We're talking about a psychological attribute. What is it? More bunga bunga parties? No. Why don't the tifosi protest against Fonseca's? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a very good question. That's a question I ask myself because it's literally the same guy, more or less. One of Roy's guitars? No. AC Skynet? No. Better Wi-Fi? No. Bravo. Bravo. There it is. Humility. Humility. That's the one right there. Humility, selflessness, selflessness and humility. That's the main attribute you need in order to sacrifice yourself for your teammates, for the greater cause. Humility. There is none of that right now. None of that is being instilled in our players. None of that. And that is a very, very important aspect of the game that is completely denied. Roy, your question is wrong. The question should be, what Milan needs to be successful? Well, I'm talking about attributes. Humility. In order to sacrifice yourself for your own players, for the cause, you need to be humble. You need to have humility. That sporting humility needs to come from somewhere. Where does it come from? It can't come from the top because they don't even know that. They have absolutely no riz. Their riz game is weak, is very weak. So anyway, going back to the coaches. Yes, let's see who they choose. At the end of the day, I think in order to build an elite team with an elite mentality, you need to have an elite driving force that has the ambition to do that. We're not seeing that. So I question this. It doesn't really matter who comes, who is the coach, who the coach will be, what players will come. At the end of the day, where is the mentality of the team? What are the ambitions of this team? What are the driving factors that are going to make this team a competitive force? We have a president, an owner that says that he has no intention to build relationships with the players because the players are nothing but employees and they're just there to do their job. That's a big no-no. This is not freaking Walmart. This is not Amazon. This is not Best Buy. This is not Target. This is not a corporation that sells products. This is a football team. You need that emotive touch. You need that special thing, and we do not see it. So at the end of the day, whoever is going to come to coach AC Milan will have a very difficult job. And also, because this management is not very smart at all, they put themselves in a position where they have to succeed in order to get anything. If they just fail by an inch, people will kill them. They will destroy them. So it is a little bit concerning. But regardless of that, we are going to find out who the new coach is. Let's see how he plays. Let's see what style of game he's going to play. Let's see what players they bring in. Let's see who they sacrifice. Let's see which youngsters are going to be brought up to the next stages. This summer is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how, the third year of Jerry Cardinale keeps on going. First year, one of the, probably in hindsight, his first year, I give him an F- because he said that he purposely did not engage with Maldini because he just wanted to stay out. Maldini had to go live on TV and beg, yo, guys, we need to do proper investments. We need to be courageous. We need to do this and do that, right? Maldini had to go live and say it because nobody was answering his calls. While Maldini was trying to talk to the ownership, Furlani was the only one talking to Cardinale. Furlani was backstabbing Maldini and telling Jerry, hey, Furlan, yo, Jerry, this Maldini guy, he's this and that, he's bad. He's bad for you. He's bad for the brand, blah, 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 poor relations, etc., etc. So while Furlani was bad-mouthing Maldini, Jerry was completely absent, and he left Maldini out there to out there with nobody. And people want to blame Maldini for that season. No, now we know that season went to shit because the ownership decided to be absent. The ownership sacrificed that season, and how conveniently, in order to fire Maldini, probably. The second season, the way they treated Maldini, nah, that doesn't go with me, guys. I'm sorry. But you do not treat Maldini like that and then think that I'm going to be okay with that. So second season, absolute disaster. Now let's see what happens in the third season. This name here is quite interesting. If they hire Fonseca or Van Bommel, that will confirm our beliefs. Now, Van Bommel. I want to talk a little bit about Van Bommel. Van Bommel is an interesting personality. Now, I'm not too familiar with what he's doing as a coach. Let me check as we do that. But Van Bommel is also being spoken about. Now, Van Bommel, if I remember him as a player, he did have a certain temperament that is pretty good when you look at it from a coaching perspective. I remember him when he was at Milan, and he was the general of that team when we won that Scudetto, and he kind of took over that role, and he took it over fast. He didn't need to adapt. He kind of took it over. He gained a lot of respect. Van Bommel is an interesting coach. I would say out of all the foreign coaches with zero pedigree, maybe Van Bommel is the most interesting one. But again, we're talking about a guy that has no experience with these kind of clubs. He's going to be thrown into the lion's den right away. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I would say this. If Van Bommel in maybe a better structure, if Milan had a better structure, a stronger ownership with better footballing values, I wouldn't mind giving Van Bommel that opportunity. This guy is a guy that has won Champions Leagues. He was a very strong, distinct personality as a coach, a leader, a general on the pitch. Sometimes that doesn't really translate too well, though. It really depends. Some coaches are a little bit more father figures. Some coaches are a little bit more generals. He seems to be that. I don't know if Van Bommel is going to have a great career or not. I know he's pretty much still in the beginning of his career, but it is an interesting name. And based on the temperament that he had as a player, I wonder if that will translate well as a coach going forward. Regarding him coming to Milan, he's the one that maybe gives me a little bit more hope. Let's put that, because he's already been at Milan, so he knows the environment. He understands the winning culture of Milan because he's won with Milan. He comes from a very strong footballing nation like Holland. I'm going to say if Van Bommel does join Milan, I'm not going to be the most disappointed person ever. But at the end of the day, as I said, no matter who joins, they're not going to have a strong infrastructure backing them. So it doesn't really matter. If this is all I am saying, this is just my opinion. Nobody else needs to have this opinion, guys. If I were to go and choose an unknown coach with zero experience, a Van Bommel and a foreign coach, I wouldn't be too mad at the idea of Van Bommel. Then who else do we have? Guys, I'm going to come to the comments and address all the comments in a second. I just want to get everything off my chest first. I think that's it. For me, guys, my top choice is Antonio Conte, serial winner. This guy is the man that can come to the club and just give the middle finger to the ownership and tell him it's my way or the highway, and he will deliver. He's a guy that in the Serie A, he knows Italian football like the back of his hand. He knows how to win Italian in Italy. He knows how to win the Serie A. He is an absolute master at building teams with phenomenal mentality. The way he turned around Juventus after that crazy debacle they had coming from Serie B. After Juventus, after years and years of trying, here comes Conte. And the way he turned that team around with those players. And remember, Conte was a coach that was coaching, I believe, Siena back then, and his big thing was the 4-2-4 at the time. But then, based on the players Juventus had, he changed the system. He said, well, I have these three great defenders, Chiellini, Bonucci, and Barzagli. I can't play four in the back. I need all three of these guys to play. So he went three at the back. He had these great midfielders, Marchisio, Vidal, Pogba, Pirlo. He says, I can't keep two of these guys out. I got to put three in the middle. So he knows how to adapt the strengths of his team, and he showed that with Juventus. And then the mentality he gave to that team was insane. The mentality he gave to Inter was insane. And juggernaut, he built a juggernaut with Inter. He did extremely well in England. Tottenham, different story. I do not count Tottenham as his last stand just because he failed at Tottenham. Everybody fails at Tottenham. I don't think that is Conte. Conte is something else. Even with Italy in 2016, from 2014 to 2016, Italy looked great. From 2014 to 2016, Italy looked great. I remember watching that team, the qualifiers. That team played great mentality. They got a little bit unlucky in that quarterfinal against Germany, but they beat Belgium. Belgium was supposed to be the best team that has ever existed. They beat a lot of good teams that year. So for me, the number one guy has to be Conte. It has to be Conte, and I can't find anybody better than him. I don't care that he plays defensive football. I don't give a shit about that. All I want is a team with extreme elite mentality that fights for every fucking ball, fights for every fucking space on the ground, and they sacrifice for each other. Conte knows how to build a team where every single player will sacrifice every single drop of sweat and blood for each other, and that's what we need. Now, of course, guys, I've said it a million times. You guys know it. Conte with this management probably won't work. Sarri is my next best candidate. I don't mind Conceição. His experience at Porto looks good. He has good experience in the Serie A as a footballer. But Porto is one of the biggest. Is the biggest team. I don't know if it's the biggest team in Portugal. It's either one or two. Benfica is probably one. Porto's maybe two. It's interchangeable, whatever. So he does have the experience of coaching a team where a lot of pressure is required. Because these are teams that in Portugal, you are required to win. You are required to be the best in Portugal. Portugal is not an easy place to be a footballer or a coach. There, the pressure is high, the demands are high. So maybe he can be in my top 5 list if he's one of the guys available. Klopp would be great, but I'm not even going to count Klopp. I don't think Klopp would even want to join AC Milan, but anything is possible. Allegri is nowhere near my list. Honestly, guys, De Zerbi, he's not in my list. I do not put De Zerbi on my list. I think De Zerbi, with this current management, I see a lot of bad things. But who knows? Thiago Motta is maybe on my list. I would put him on my list in my top 5. So I would say Conte, Sarri, Thiago Motta, Conceição, and if I would choose one last one of the guys available, I'd said some good things about Van Bommel, but if I were to make a top 5 list, I wouldn't put him in that list. I would put him in another list. I don't know. I don't think there's anybody else. If Van Bommel, then why not Abate? Abate has been doing wonders with the Primavera ever since he joined the Primavera. And also, I've looked at his training sessions. I really like the way he trains the team. The way he communicates to the players and the kind of exercises he does with the players and the way the players respond to his training. I think it's really good. I think it's really, really, really good. So I think Abate does have a good future as a coach. Is he the right coach to put right now in the Lions' den like that? It could be bad for him. It could be bad for him because if things don't go well, we know who the scapegoat is. Furlani will always be the hero that everybody loves. Cardinale is untouchable. Ibrahimovic is untouchable. The scapegoat will be Abate. I think it's unfair to put Abate in this kind of situation. Abate should probably go coach a Serie B team and then make his way up and then prove himself. But I do think he's an excellent coach. I do think Abate is an excellent coach. And by the way, the Primavera just made the playoffs. So they finished 6th in the league. So that guarantees them a spot in the playoffs. And that's great. You know, this was a team that was struggling to finish top 10 a few years ago. Now they're in the finals of the Youth Champions League. And they just made the playoffs today, I think it was. So, yeah, I like Abate. Would I give him the job? No, that'd be messed up. I think it'd be evil. It would literally be evil to give Abate AC Milan right now. Because the first game he loses, everybody's going, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. This guy's inexperienced, blah, blah. You burn him out. You're going to burn him out. So let's protect Abate as much as possible for the sake of his personal career, for the sake of maybe a great AC Milan coach for the future, and maybe a great coach in general, and maybe a great Italian coach in the distant future. Who knows? All right. So I think that's my list, guys. That's my list. Conte, Sarri, Thiago Motta, Conceição. Out of the ones that are available. That's my list. I don't have another one. I can't think of another guy. I cannot think of another guy. I wouldn't choose Fonseca. I think Fonseca is a really bad choice, but who knows? Who knows? Look, in the beginning, I thought Giampaolo was a bad decision, and he was. I thought Pioli was a bad decision, but Pioli turned out to be good. So who knows? Maybe the same thing can happen with Fonseca. The only difference is that Pioli had Maldini and Massara behind him. You know, he had those guys. He had people that he had a guy that literally dedicated his whole life to AC Milan. You know, so every time Milan would take a step back, the guy putting his face there was Maldini saying, yeah, it's on me, we'll fix this. Now, you know, what does a Fonseca look like with Furlani behind him? What does any of these guys look like with this management behind? That's a big question for me. Van Bommel never coached in Serie A. It's a different when being a player than a coach. Yeah, 100%. Being a football player and a coach is two different jobs. It's completely two different jobs. There's almost no comparison. There's no comparison. A player tends to really focus on himself and his game. And of course, I was saying in the team context, a player has to sacrifice himself for the team, etc., etc. But being a football player is more of an individual discipline. A coach is more like you're managing a lot of people, you're managing a lot of different situations. You have to create a system, and you have to give mentality. It's a completely different job. It's a completely different discipline. And that is 100% true. Just because you played in the Serie A doesn't necessarily mean that all of a sudden you can coach in the Serie A. It does give you insight. It does give you information. But coaching and playing are two completely different things. Me personally, someone that, you know, I worked as a coach for many years. I enjoyed coaching more. I mean, I've never played professionally, but I enjoyed coaching more than playing, actually. It gave me more satisfactions. Anyway, Milan lost its DNA when they let Maldini leave like that, and Tonali was cherry on the cake. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but you cannot fire Maldini like that. Listen, I'll give you this. If you want to fire the man, do it, but do it with dignity. You cannot fire a legend of the sport, a legend of the team like that. Once you do that, you lose all. Like I can't trust you. Once you do something like that, I cannot trust you. That tells me you do not know what you're doing. That tells me you have no class, you have no humility, you have no integrity, you have absolutely no intention of learning the history of the club, the culture of the club, who is who. That tells me that you have absolutely no idea what you're doing. The moment you fire Maldini like that, it's game over already. If you fire Maldini, you got to do it with dignity. You got to be smart about it. You got to fire him by giving him the red carpet. No matter how much he pissed you off, no matter how much he doesn't want to go along with your money ball, if you're intelligent, if you're smart, if you want to fire Maldini, you fire him by giving him the red carpet. It may eventually, Roy, but Van Bommel is a long-term. Yeah, of course. Van Bommel is definitely. It's for me. He's just an interesting profile. That's all I'm saying. He's an interesting profile. These are bets. I think I read someone else say, Paul say, these are bets. 100%. They're all bets for sure. De Zerbi or Thiago Motta, or I will be upset. Roy, come on. We don't know what Van Bommel does. He was at Milan a long time ago. As a coach, I'm not too familiar what he does, but his temperament as a person, as a human, was very interesting. Maybe not as extreme as Gattuso, but along those lines. Definitely along those lines. Tuchel, another guy that is linked as well. That's a good shout out. I've never really liked Tuchel as a coach. I've never found his football appealing, but he's definitely done well, right? He's won big games in Europe. He's definitely one of those coaches that has the know-how of coaching big teams. He could be very interesting. The German school of football is very interesting because it is kind of similar to what these guys want to do, but I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm not a big fan of Tuchel, but he's definitely a good coach. You can't deny he's a good coach. It's probably just BS. Prediction, we got Fonseca or another nobody, and he gets fired by December. Then Abate takes over as interim and gets good results, and he gets an extension and falls off the season after. You know what? That's actually a pretty clever prediction. It is very possible that something like that happens. Yeah. Want to take a big risk? Hire Davide Ancelotti. Interesting profile. Davide Ancelotti. Obviously, the guy is getting a lot of great experience with his father around Madrid. Is Davide Ancelotti linked to us, or is that just an idea? Davide Ancelotti, who knows? Interesting profile for sure. Conte is good for 1 or 2 years. Yeah, actually, Maldini spoke about Conte in his recent interview, and there was a parallel between Conte and Sacchi. Sacchi was as he was talking to the guy that was interviewing Alciato, we're talking about Sacchi and how Sacchi was a coach that could have never been a long-term coach because working under Sacchi was exhausting. Sacchi was the kind of coach that wanted everything from you every single second of the day, every single minute, every single hour. And if you do not give it to him, you're out of a project. And he was very good at getting that from the players. But those kind of coaches can't last long. And this is what he was saying. And there was a parallel with Conte. and Conte is of that school. He's gonna come to the club, and for 1 or 2 years, maximum 3 years, he's going to demand everything from the players. But eventually, the players get exhausted. The players get exhausted, and the batteries die. And you need, so yeah, he's one of those kind of coaches. I'm all about it right now, guys. Hey, these players have been on holiday for 2 years, so their batteries are pretty good. So give them Conte, exhaust their batteries for another 2 or 3 years. These are good years for these players, because it's not like they're all young. They're all players that are either entering their prime or already in their prime. So these are good years to have their batteries exhausted. Give me Conte. Van Bommel is being pushed by Ibra, better than the Fonseca, the algorithm coach. I do see Ibra pushing for someone like Van Bommel. I think Van Bommel and Ibra do have a similar temperament. Fonseca and the other Porto coach are all bots. Conte and Giaccherini. Yeah, remember Giaccherini? That's right. He loved his Giaccherini. He loved Giaccherini. Wouldn't this stint at Tottenham be the most similar to this Milan ownership? Stingy? Listen, I don't know too much about what happened with Tottenham, so I can't really have an opinion on this. Personally, guys, I don't give two fucks about what happens in the EPL. I do not give two shits about what happens in the EPL. So, it is what it is. I'm very much focused on Serie A, Italian football, AC Milan. And then when it comes to international football, I look at the tournaments, the national tournaments, the international tournaments with the national teams, or the Champions League or the Europa League. But I have no fucking clue what's happening with the teams in EPL. I do not care. I don't give a shit. We need soldiers on the field, not ballerinas. Yes, and that's what Conte provides. That is definitely what Conte guarantees. Let me rephrase that. That is what Conte guarantees. Maybe Fonseca can do that. Maybe he can do that. Maybe not. It's to be discovered. Leao will be so pissed. You want Milan DNA, then De Zerbi is the man. Now listen, Milan DNA is very specific. It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful. Milan DNA is very beautiful, guys. Milan DNA is class. Milan DNA is fight till the end. Milan DNA is perfection. Milan DNA is elite mentality, elite football, elite competitive nature. Milan DNA is trophies. It's elite. It's the definition of eliteness. And De Zerbi being someone that was, that grew up in an environment that is supposed to teach you that, is a good candidate to bring that DNA, right? So, listen, guys, I will not be surprised if De Zerbi is the coach of AC Milan by next week or in the next 2 weeks, because it has to be either next week or 2 weeks. I will not be surprised if De Zerbi is the guy they choose. I think it's a convenient choice. He plays a style of football that works for what this management wants to do. The only issue is his passport. It seems to me like they do not want an Italian coach. So maybe if he can get a Portuguese passport, exchange his passport for a Portuguese passport, he can get the job. I don't know. But regardless of what is being said right now, even if it contradicts what it's being said right now, I actually won't be surprised if De Zerbi gets to be the main candidate. I'm actually surprised that De Zerbi all of a sudden is free, right? Now, watch out, though, because in England, they love De Zerbi, right? Guardiola has been saying, after me, the best option for him would be De Zerbi. So watch out, because there's a lot of seats in England that are going to be vacant, and De Zerbi already being part of the EPL system might be a very strong candidate for one of those seats, like Manchester United, maybe even Man City, or Liverpool, or whatnot. There are teams there that would like to have De Zerbi as a coach. So I'm very interested to see what De Zerbi happens. All I'm saying is that if he joins Milan, I won't be surprised. Chunk, Mr. Chunk says, I'm disgusted by Jerry and I long for the day when he will leave. But I guarantee you, if you gave that same budget to a veteran like Sartori or Giuntoli, you'll get more value per money spent. I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I would love to have Nagelsmann over Conte. Similar approaches, disciplinarians. They like to, like I was saying earlier, exhaust their players. He is definitely an interesting prospect as well. Not prospect, but link. And the whole environment will be more solid. The greatest problem is the management, or rather the reason why this management is in place. And the reason why this management is in place, the reason why Jerry contradicts one of his favorite slogans, which is, we need to have a multidisciplinary approach. I let the football people do their job by hiring a... Yeah, that has to be one of the most contradicting... Bro, this is one of the... Words matter, okay? Like, words 100% matter. This has to be one of the most contradicting slogans, as you put it, that he has put forward. We need to have a multidisciplinary approach. I let the football people do their job by hiring a portfolio manager and a head scout to run his billion-dollar operation, and then keeping them against all his interests despite such a disaster of the season. Is because in reality, he isn't the guy calling the shots. Ooh. Who is calling the shots? Is it still Mr. Paul? Are you saying Paul is still calling the shots? I want our team to start hunting for the ball like a pack of wolves. Yes. I 100% like that. That is the... you know who used those words? Spalletti just used those words. That's what he said. Man, Spalletti would have been a nice choice, actually. If Spalletti was free, he would have been my first choice. Spalletti used those words in regards to the Italy national team. He said he wants a pack of wolves out there. And yes, that kind of approach when you don't have the ball is so important. It is so important. We are like the fucking opposite. We're scared to do it. We're ballerinas. We're like, oh my God, I don't want to get my hair untidy. I spent $400 on my haircut today, so everybody at the San Siro on TV can see me. I don't want to slide tackle. I don't want to dirty my hair. I don't want to mess up my hair. Like, we're literally a bunch of bitches right now, man. It's so sad to see. By the way, guys, I'm not even talking about the Torino game because I don't give a shit. I'm not watching the games. Who the fuck is watching Serie A? Serie A is over. Why is anybody watching Serie A? Aside from the teams fighting relegation, Serie A is over. But guys, like, we had Musa, Reindeers, Jovic, Pulisic, Okafor, all on the pitch today, and Terracciano. And who else? And who else did we have? I think, yeah, those are all new players, all players from this summer. Bro, they fucking sucked. Zero personality, got destroyed by Torino. It's like, yeah, this is what happens when all the Furlani players play together. They suck. They suck. It's just like zero mentality. Oh, man, what a nightmare. Save us from this nightmare. I will be surprised if we get Conte, unless the environment is set according to his wishes. Joining Milan could cause a dent in his track record. Interesting take. Very interesting take. Listen, according to what is being reported, Conte wants to join Milan. He wants to either join Milan or Napoli. Take these reports with a grain of salt, of course. We know that the media needs to have shit to write about in order to make money. So, but this is what they're saying in Italy, that Conte actually wants to join Milan. But I definitely agree. The environment has to be set according to his way of doing things, because otherwise it's just friction and friction, knowing the guy. I don't understand what's the point in having this conversation if Cardinale doesn't care about football. You know what? You know what, Edison? I kind of feel the same way too. I feel all of this is redundant. But the world keeps on going. So what are you going to do? Why is Dea Cherby not on your list? Who the hell is Dea Cherby? Oh, De Zerbi? He's not on my list because right now, listen. I'll be very clear. De Zerbi is a very Guardiola-esque kind of coach, but in order to win with that kind of football, you have to have the best players in the world. All right. If you want to be a winning team playing that kind of football, you can't do it with Reindeers, Loftus-Cheek, with all due respect, my boy Benacer, who I love, and Pulisic and these guys. Like, you need the top of the top. You need the creme de la creme, If you want to play that kind of football and actually win trophies, you got to have the best. And obviously, we're not going to get the best. We have no intention of getting the best because it's not what the club wants. Also, in order to play that football, you need veterans. You need veterans that have done it, that know how to do it. And again, let's look at what the strategies are for this team. Buy low, sell high. They're not going to get any veterans, right? Remember what happened to us a few years ago when Milan really focused on youngsters, but then all of a sudden, this was Maldini and Massara. They had the opportunity to bring in Ibrahimovic and Kjaer to raise the experience level of the team. That same management, which has very similar philosophies to the one that we have today, did not want Ibra. They did not want Ibrahimovic. They did not want Kjaer. They did not want any of these players because for them, it's like, oh my God, we're really going to pay $7 million to a guy that we can't resell? For them, it's all about money. It's all about selling. That's the main thing. But today, do we really have a personality like Maldini to tell these guys, no, we need someone like Ibra, we need someone like Kjaer because these guys are going to bring stability to the team, or like a Giroud? I mean, look at Giroud. They got Giroud first year of these guys. He wins the Scudetto. These players are very important. These players are very important. You can't have a team of kids. Look at Dortmund. Dortmund is known for being a team of youngsters, right? Youngsters turnover. But look at Dortmund. Who are the most important players in that squad? Hummels and Emre Can. Those two guys are the engine of that team. Those two guys are grandpas, in football terms. They're not youngsters. You need these kind of players to be successful. You need these kind of players to be successful. And I don't know. I really don't. I don't see De Zerbi being able to do that. I think De Zerbi should either go to Barcelona, because in Barcelona they'll bring him some really good players. You should go to Man City. Man City, you'll have the best players in the world. You should go to one of these kind of teams, Like, if you put De Zerbi in a team like Milan, sure, we're going to look really good against Lecce. We're going to look really good against Cagliari. We're going to beat Cagliari 7-0. Everybody's going to celebrate. We're going to beat Monza. We're going to beat these teams. And then when you have to fight against the teams that have a lot of quality, oh man, I see it really difficult. I see the same issues that we have this year. But guys, these are just speculations. I want to say these are just speculations. These are ideas. These are opinions. None of this is written on paper. Hansi Flick, isn't he coaching Germany? Klopp doesn't seem interested in Italy at all. Klopp, to me, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I think the thing that I think about Klopp is money. When I think Klopp, I think money. Is this management really willing to spend the kind of money that Klopp wants? Also, Klopp is another kind of guy that needs specific kind of players, Remember what we just read here. I think what we read here is really one of the key factors, because business is business and business is the leader of all things. The pros are the technical continuity of the same formation as Pioli when speaking about Fonseca. I think this here is a very good analysis by our boy Parolo, ex Serie A player, played for Lazio, the national team. These words here, I think, need to be taken very seriously. I think this concept right here is a concept that we should not underestimate. And I think Parolo here, maybe he has nailed it right on the head with this concept right here. So this is something to think about. This is definitely something to think about. The coach has to create the group. Yes, sir. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's a good one here. Cesc Fabregas, guys. He's done really well at Como. He's done really well at Como. You cannot deny that. The situation with Cesc Fabregas is very strange, okay? And Como in general. So Como is a club owned by an Indonesian family or company. I'm not sure whether it's I don't know, but it's Indonesians. These are apparently the richest owners in all of Italy. So they have endless resources. Fabregas is a minority stakeholder. So he has minority shares in the club. And he is an unofficial coach. He's not the coach of Como. He's an unofficial coach because he does not have a license. Cesc Fabregas does not have a UEFA license. And so it's very interesting. They have a coach who is the official coach, but the guy who is actually coaching the team is Cesc Fabregas. So they have, it's kind of like how we have Dottavio. The only reason why we have Dottavio is because in order for us to register for the league, we needed to have a DS. And Dottavio was given that position, but the role of DS and there is Furlani and Moncada and whatever, that's the hierarchy. So Fabregas' situation and Como is very strange. I'm very curious to see how they do next year. They're already being linked with some big names like Icardi. I think it's going to be a very ambitious project. Looking forward to it. All right. Klopp is ready to move to Mallorca. Abate could be a good part of the staff if not hired as a head coach. Could be. If I'm Abate, I probably either stay another year with the Primavera or I look for a job in Serie B or maybe even Serie A, one of the smaller teams. Maybe if Maldini was there, Abate would have had help, but he definitely can work with this. Yeah, for sure. Even maybe, listen, just my opinion, even if Maldini was there, Abate a little bit too inexperienced for this kind of situation. But let's see what he does. Oh, Abate, actually, we do have information on, it's not Serie B, it's Serie C. The Serie C team. Looks like Milan is going to go ahead with the project, with the Serie C project, and the coach is going to be Daniele Bonera. Abate would be the right man in like 5 years. Yeah, maybe something like that. Sarri would be great. I think Sarri would be excellent. Sarri plays very offensive football, but also with a lot of solidity, very solid. He's very strong-minded, difficult sometimes. He speaks his mind. He's definitely not a yes man. He's the furthest thing in the world that, for a yes man. So, does that really work with this management? I don't know. But yes, I would love to have Sarri. Now, nobody is showing their face, right? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that something that is not only concerning but disappointing? It's like, yo, show your face. Don't put all of this shit on Pioli and Leao and whatever. Show your face. Why aren't you guys going in the media and talking to the fans, to us. Well, they don't do that. They don't do that because what are we? We're just we're partners. You know, we're all in this together. We're partners. Yeah, right. The coach has to create a group. True. Roy, what about Rovet? Even Sacchi with zero experience had Berlusconi that wanted. Yes, that's a great point right there. Sacchi, who he did have he did come from Serie B. He was coaching Parma at the time, but obviously big difference from big jump, right? Berlusconi, who had rest in peace to the man, an exquisite football mind. He saw Sacchi. He played. I think they played against Parma, and Berlusconi was very impressed with how Sacchi organized the team, and he was very impressed. Berlusconi was not just this guy that loved to do bunga bunga parties. He wasn't just this. I know someone that literally a few days ago compared Berlusconi to Cardinale. Shame on you. Shame on you for doing that. No, Berlusconi not only was a savant in industry and all of that, but he also was a savant when it came to football. Believe it or not, the guy grew around football, grew up around football. He knew what he wanted. He knew what he saw. He studied the game all his life, and he had a great that's all you need. That's all you need. You need passion. You need passion. You need to be a football fanatic. You need to have passion for the sport. That's all you need to have minimum knowledge. But Berlusconi, incredibly intelligent person, he saw something in Sacchi. He said, "That's the guy that I think will turn this around." But it wasn't just Sacchi. That's the thing, because we literally saw this in an interview with Maldini. Maldini was reminiscing about Berlusconi, and when Berlusconi came to Milan, first of all, he developed a great relationship with all the players. The players loved him. He was like a father to them. You know, there was great respect for Berlusconi. Berlusconi would show up in the training grounds with his helicopter. He was the big boss. He was the boss. You know, he was the father figure. He was the alpha. Berlusconi loved being the alpha, loved being the guy, the reference point. But Berlusconi told the players, look, we are going to play the best football that the world has ever seen. We're going to build the best team that the world has ever seen. We're going to strive to be the best team. He didn't talk about Moneyball, algorithms, sell low, buy high, winning is boring. He didn't say any of that shit. No, he went directly to the players and told them exactly what he wanted to do. The actions spoke. And his vision, the people that he surrounded himself with were fantastic, because he built in a Milan that in the span of 25 years, 30 years, won 30 trophies, 8 Champions League finals, 5 Champions League lifted. He should have probably won even more. He was unlucky. He should have probably even won more. That drive is what brought Milan to be this huge brand that now Cardinale is exploiting. If Cardinale would have joined AC Milan with this mentality in the 80s, 90s, Milan wouldn't be nothing right now. What is the key factor? It was Berlusconi's drive, Berlusconi's vision, Berlusconi's ambition. AC Milan was not just an asset for him to turn around in a few years. AC Milan was his child. AC Milan was his baby. AC Milan was his favorite toy. AC Milan was his favorite project. He didn't buy Milan to make money out of Milan. He burnt a lot of his money for Milan. So incredibly different approach, different mentality, and that is so important. The drive, the ambition, and when I see these guys and the way they talk about Milan, brah, I feel like I'm a economy class. Dude, what the fuck are we talking about football here, or are we talking about the stock market? Insane. People talk about how great Pioli is and what he achieved and needs to a good send-off, yet Maldini was disrespected by the club. Fahadinho, thank you for mentioning that. Thank you. I do believe that Pioli deserves a good farewell. I think Pioli has done a great job in these 5 years, but fuck. How the hell do you not give that to Maldini, man? Bruh, it's insane to me. It is insane to me. enough with the long projects. We want to live 500 years. We want Serie A and Champions League next year and every year after. Yeah. Yes. Yes. That's the nature of competition. Now, I understand that there is this level of discipline, economic discipline that you have to take. I understand that. But at the same time, who gives a fuck? Really? Who gives a fuck? Like at the same time, you make more money by winning. If you're gonna make more money if you win. We saw it last year. Last year we made almost double the amount of money just because of how much we won in Europe, right? This year we made almost half the amount, a little bit more than half, but maybe we made 2/3 of what we did last year. Why? Why? The value of the players went down this year. How the hell is that possible? The value of our players went down. The value of the club went down this year. You got to win. You got to win. Winning is that's why we just listen, man. You do sports to win, not to participate, not to any of that is Walt Disney bullshit that they try to sell you because the majority of the people don't win. So you have to fucking cater to people that can't handle that aspect. But you become a professional athlete to win, to make money, of course, but to win. And now it's being reported that Maldini has hired a lawyer due to someone trying to censor. Well, we know who it is. It has come out. Yes, AC Milan. People at AC Milan have been trying to censor this guy, and that is insane. It's insane, guys. I was talking about this the other day. Maldini is a Italian national treasure in Italy. Okay, but not only in Italy, global. This is a global. Maybe in America, people don't really know who he is, so they don't give a fuck about him, whatever. But in Europe, in the world of football, Maldini is one of the greatest treasures there is. You want to talk of humility on the pitch? Nobody like him. Class on the pitch? Nobody like him. Fighter on the pitch? Nobody like him. Just a powerhouse, one of the greatest of all time, and an exquisite person. And a person that has sacrificed himself, dedicated himself all his life to the squad. I just want to hear the guy talk. I don't want to hear him. I don't care about him. He didn't even listen. I don't want to hear Maldini badmouth Cardinale and Furlani. He doesn't need to do that. And he didn't go on the Serie A YouTube channel to do that. He didn't go there to do that. He went there to talk about his life, reminisce about his experiences. We're talking about one of the people that we should study. This man is a case study. He is an example, a role model. This is one of the people you want to hear the most. Every time Maldini talks, all fans, Roma fans, Lazio fans, Inter fans, Juve fans, all of them, majority of them Italian. I would say 99% of them Italian. They love this man. He is a national treasure in that country. He is a national treasure. They all say, oh, man, I wish we had a Maldini. I wish Maldini would come to work. Inter fans saying, I wish Maldini would be in our club. Inter fans are saying that shit. Why? Because as what he's done for Italy in that country, he's one of the greatest sporting role models that country has ever had. And we can't even fucking hear him talk about his life experience because this management wants to censor him because his existence is an inconvenience. That is insane. We're living in the fifth dimension here, guys. We're living in the fifth dimension. And again, this is not just this is an icon for all Milan fans all around the world, in Europe, all around the world. This is probably the most respected man in football. And they want to censor him. They want to censor him when he talks about his life. And I think one of the things that was asked, one of the key points of why they wanted to censor that interview was the question regarding Inter, and they asked him, why do you think Inter has been so successful? And he answered what a lot of us have been saying for a long time, because they have a really strong management, of people that have long-term contracts, right? Long-term contracts, and these are very competent people that know the sport really well, and they put together a great infrastructure. Like maybe Cardinale and these guys saw that as a dig to them, but this is not a dig. This is that's a normal answer. That is the right answer. We all know that Marotta is the greatest in Italy at doing what he does. This guy in 10 years has won 9 Scudettis or 8, I don't know, something crazy like this. Yeah, of course. When you think about Scudetto in Italy, what is the common denominator? Marotta. Marotta is always there, the Marotta League. So, yeah, obviously, when you ask any normal person, if you ask any normal person on the street, why is Inter doing so well, you have to mention how great the management has been working. That is not because you want to badmouth Cardinale or Furlani. That is just a fact. But they don't want to hear him say that. They don't want to hear him say that because they find that as a direct dig at them. Incredible, guys. That's insane. That is insane, guys. I can't get to hear one of my idols, one of the greatest sporting people ever, just talk about his life because his existence is an inconvenience. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say, guys. How can you ask me to support this team with all my heart? How can you do that? How can you ask me to support AC Milan with all my heart when the people that run AC Milan don't want one of the greatest AC Milan legends to fucking talk about his life? It's difficult, guys. It's really, really difficult. All right, let's keep on going. Be an Eagles man or Xabi Alonso, then we are talking. Sadly, this will never happen with this Milan. Xabi Alonso, after the season he has had, there's absolutely no reason why Xabi Alonso should be coming to AC Milan with the season this guy's had. My God, this guy's had such a legendary season. He's a candidate for Real Madrid already. He's a candidate for any top level team whose main ambition is winning trophies, not Moneyball. So Xabi Alonso is out of the picture. That guy has propelled himself to another stratosphere in the space of one season. And if you do fire him on the basis that he lacks competence, experience, you need to replace him with someone coi controcoglioni, big balls, replacing him with a portfolio manager and a head scout. Yeah. Completely discredits the choice in every level. And it tells you what to expect. It tells you what to expect. At the end of the day, we're not stupid. Look, a lot of people don't really understand football. You know, they just take it as it goes. But there's a lot of us that put a lot of effort in understanding this game, right? Like everybody here listening right now, everybody engaging in this chat, every single one of you has more experience in football than the people that are currently running Milan. Every single one of us. Every single one of us, guys. The only difference is we need to be billionaires. We need to be billionaires. Speaking of billionaires, listen, one thing about Cardinale, I follow his business, and he's doing well for himself. You know, Redbird is becoming a bigger company. They're getting more and more assets. I just read recently now they have $4 billion to spend to buy more assets. They're trying to get Paramount Inter's sponsor. As a company and in that world, maybe Cardinale is phenomenal. Maybe in the world of buying assets and reselling them, etc., he's a phenomenal person. Maybe he is. I don't know. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But football is a completely different story. Football is a completely different story. And Milan is a completely different story. Milan should not just be an asset of some company that wants to resell it. Milan is too special for that. Milan is too special for that. Milan is something bigger than that. Milan Milan is one of the greatest football institutions that has ever existed. It's not just an asset. It's a human sporting institution of great values, and in a way, in a sporting sense, it's almost like a church. And you can't treat Milan like an asset and think you're going to just like an asset and think you're going to be successful. De Zerbi told Brighton management they're not ambitious. We're not selling De Zerbi. Just saw something saying that who? What's who? Oh, whoever signs Roberto will have to pay his clause. Really? Okay, that's interesting. His clause is, I believe, 13 or 16 million. Yeah. If Milan wants him, I mean, I don't think those numbers are impossible. De Zerbi might end up at Barca instead. Xavi could be leaving. All right, Xavi is another interesting coach. I would put Xavi there as an interesting coach. I do see De Zerbi doing really well at Barcelona because Barcelona loves that tiki-taka fucking kind of football, and they fucking love tiki-taka football. De Zerbi is right now considered one of the best at that of that style. De Zerbi is a good coach, but I don't understand why people think he is the answer to all our problems. He's a bit overhyped, in my opinion. I mean, overhyped. I mean, he needs to prove himself at a bigger club. Milan could be that club where he proves himself. But of course, like, he hasn't won anything. So you can't consider him to be a coach of great pedigree. He's a bet, just like I would say that Thiago Motta is less of a bet, because I think what Thiago Motta did with Bologna is more impressive than what De Zerbi has done with Brighton or Sassuolo. Guys, by the way, Sassuolo has officially relegated to the Serie B. It is official. Sassuolo, Milan's dark horse, has officially been relegated to Serie B. Finally, guys, we can finally play a season without having to get our ass humiliated by Sassuolo. One thing I want to say, just a personal note regarding this. I say this out of bitterness. I admit it. I'm happy Berardi is in Serie B now. That motherfucker has wasted his career in that team, and now he gets to go to Serie B. Stay in Serie B, Berardi. Stay there. Because I've been fighting for this guy for many years. I've been saying, this guy needs to play on a big team, and he's never pushed to go on a big team. He has all the abilities to do it. So you know what? You now deserve to be in Serie B. Stay there, and fuck you. I ain't fighting for you anymore, Berardi. You lost me. You lost me, Berardi. Spalletti might be Mr. X. He quits after. Ooh, man, Spalletti would be nice. Spalletti would be not my number one, my ultra number one. He might listen if Italy has a really poor showing at the Euros. It is possible Spalletti either gets sacked or he quits the team. And now that would be a little bit late, though. That would be a little bit late, because that would be, well, I mean, not that late, really. It would be if Italy has a really poor Euro, that will be towards the end of June. It's not that late, but it is. But they probably want to coach sooner than that. If Italy has a decent showing, Spalletti will probably continue to be the coach, but it's not a bad shout out, actually. That's not a bad shout out. If Spalletti does have a bad Euro and he could be available, then I would seriously, think about it. But I think it's a little bit of risky to wait for that. Spalletti would be perfect, but he isn't Moneyball friendly. True. That is true also, for sure. Contract base. So he is a free coach right now because the contract has been canceled on a mutual basis. Okay, that makes sense. I'm afraid it has to be the Jerry way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is the Jerry way, guys. We live in Jerry's world. This is Jerry's world. That was reported by Fabio. Okay, okay, okay. Right, it's the same pack of jackals who have been feasting on our carcass for the last 7 years. It's the Phil Rogue, the Phil, the Phil Rogue that unites Berlusconi's sale to the situation we're in. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yes, they're still there. We know they're still there. Yeah. The clue is okay. Let's keep on going. If Ralph Ragnick was if Ralph Ragnick is Ralph Ragnick the concept of coach this management wants to have? I don't see that because I feel like they want to have a lot of control on the business aspect of the players. And I feel like they want to be in control of the market. And which kind of makes sense. The DSs, the sporting directors should be the ones in control because coaches come and go. So I don't see Ragnick being that guy according to how I'm seeing this management operate. Like, why would they give all? Why would they give the keys to Ragnick or a coach like that? I think they're very protective of their Moneyball algorithm scheme and economic principles, and that's what they're going to keep on doing. So they're going to keep on choosing players based on these aspects. They have their their team of nerds in Texas. They got Billy Bean. Billy Bean, guys, is working for us. Yay! Klopp is taking a break. What about Pirlo? Good question. What about Pirlo? Pirlo, I haven't been following Pirlo so much. I believe he's in Turkey. What about Pirlo? I'm curious to see how Pirlo develops as a coach. You know, I think he started his career just a few years ago, so still quite early for Pirlo. I think he can gain maybe 5, 6 more years. Let's see how he does. Also, Cannavaro just came to Udinese. Looks like he's going to keep Udinese in Serie A. So that generation, Pirlo, De Rossi, Cannavaro, Nesta, Fabio Grosso. There are a few guys from that generation that have been coaching for a while, and now they're starting to make their way up into the Serie A. So that generation of players that won that World Cup, some of them are starting to make their way up. I'm curious to see how and they will develop slowly by slowly. Why do those guys buy a club like Como and not Milan? Yeah, true. Jesus, for real. Like, for me, it's like the Louis Vuitton guy. Like, buy Milan, man. It's like it's such a no-brainer. It's like get Milan, have these guys. By the way, guys, oh my lord, okay. I know I don't want to be the bearer of bad news all the time, but I have some good news. At least for me, I don't care what y'all think, but for me, bro, the third kit is amazing. Guys, AC Milan's third kit for next year is my favorite kit of all time. I don't care what people tell me. You can tell me it's trash. I don't give two shits. You tell me it's trash all day, I will not care. It will just come into 1 year, out the other. The new third kit, the AC Milan third kit, is elite. Oh my lord! And it's also bot themed. It's like algorithm themed, so that's kind of cool. But man, it's so fucking cool, bruv. I love the third kit. I think I'm gonna buy it. I think I'm actually going to buy this. I haven't bought an official AC Milan kit in years, but I think I'm going to buy this one because it's so fucking elite. Oh my god, guys! If you have the opportunity, Google AC Milan third kit leaked. It's nice. Very, very heavy metal. Very heavy metal. Did you see the video about Fabregas firing up the Como locker room? It's the sort of energy any team needs to have. He also has the winning mentality. Oh yeah, Fabregas is a serial winner, man. Serial winner. Wouldn't you want Fabregas as an official coach? I mean, listen, he did great with Como for sure. For Milan, no, no, not for Milan, not for Milan. For Milan, we need big balls. You know, Fabregas can become that guy, but listen, I'm impressed with what he's done, but let's give him. Let's see what he does with Como and Serie A for a few years. But all respect, I have a lot of respect for the man. I have a lot of respect for the man. Imagine Paul, Gordon Singer, and Scaroni as hyenas kneeled over an old lion's carcass, covered in blood, with their heads into the lion's belly, biting off strands of guts. Damn, the imagery is insane. That's a perfect representation of the club. Yeah, that's a good image, my man. Good image. Jerry's like the little jackal in the background who tries to get in. Jesus. Jesus. Sick of building for the future. I want Milan to win now. Conte or Conceição are the only two viable options. Anything else, then it's hello to the another banter. It does feel that way, you know. It does feel like unless we get a top level coach, things can look ugly. But yeah, like that's just the reality of the matter. It does feel that way. Let's see who they get. Let's see what happens. While Maldini represented the last spasms of fight, the last proud roar before being inevitably overwhelmed by them. That's very poetic. And yeah, it's a good analogy. What about Zinedine Zidane? Guys, oh my lord, I saw Zinedine Zidane he had a football game recently, you know, one of those old-timer legend football games. He looked incredible. Zinedine Zidane. I don't know what to think about Zinedine Zidane, honestly. The guy won what 3 Champions Leagues in a row? Is that what he did? Out of nowhere? This guy is obviously a football savant. Sure. I'm not in love with it with how Real Madrid played. But obviously he has look, I didn't really follow Real Madrid so much when he was coaching them, so it's not like I can give you a really good objective take on how I feel about Zinedine Zidane, but obviously the guy is top notch with what he has achieved. That's a pedigree that only few people on this planet have. So yeah, he's an elite football mind, no doubt about that. Zidane will never pick up the. Woo! Roy, did you see the documentary on Milan YouTube regarding the 94 CL final between Milan and Barcelona? This documentary shows the Milan true spirit. I have not seen it, and I would love to maybe see it as a reaction. Maybe I can get away with it. Watch it here live as a reaction. Maybe I can get away with it. We'll see if we can do that. I have not seen it. I lived it. I remember that final. I remember how incredible it was. It's one of the few memories that is still in my brain from when I was a young lad, a young child. Well, I was a kid, but yeah, I still remember that. I remember where I was. I remember what the surroundings looked like. I remember everything about that night. Yeah. There are some footballing memories that have been imprinted in my mind. Ruud Gullit's hair. This is, I think it was one of those Champions League finals. Italy, the Roberto Baggio. Yeah, those memories aren't going anywhere. Anyway, He started at Real Madrid youth and made his way up to the senior team and looked at his trophies. No, yeah, he's a very unique coach. That there's not many coaches that have done that. You can maybe say why wouldn't Abate be able to do something like that? I mean, maybe Abate could. You know, these are those things that you kind of have to shoot in the dark. Obviously, Zidane is a name that carries a lot of weight, right? Like if you have Zidane in the locker room, the football players are going to be quiet and they're going to listen, and they're going to know in their hearts and in their mind, no matter how arrogant they are, that the guy that is talking, Zinedine Zidane, knows more about football than you do, right? So when you have like these huge achievers like Zinedine Zidane, who also has a great talent in coaching, he can command a locker room like that. Obviously, if you put Abate in a locker room like that, people are not going to give Abate the same respect as Zinedine Zidane. So that is another thing to consider. That's another thing to consider. Cowards tried to censor the goat. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Jerry said the Spurs game was our biggest money earner last season, yet he allowed the club to go out of his CL. The man has no idea. He must have been born with a potato for a brain. That's funny. That wasn't a dig at Redbird. That was a fact. Exactly. That was a fact. That was a fact. And they didn't like, they didn't like that fact. Right. Even Thiago Silva in an interview said he learned from Maldini how to be disciplined as a player. This is why he's still playing and in good shape, thanks to Maldini being his mentor. Yes, yes. A lot of players, when they're asked about Maldini, they say all these kind of things. Maldini, guys, the day to day, going back to, I'm not going to say names because I'm not going to do that, but back to this prominent channel on YouTube that likes to talk about Milan, and there was this dude that said that Maldini was just a pretty face and his presence doesn't really do much, and blah blah blah. The complete ignorance in not understanding, or laziness in just being able to understand the day to day that Maldini gives to these players and to these people around them, especially the players, these young players that are aspiring to have great careers. Who better than Maldini to have as a role model? The parents of the players scold them if they don't listen to Maldini, right? When you have someone like Thierry Henry going gaga, right? Like a little girl that just saw Justin Bieber, that gives you enough information to know and understand that these young players, when they are under the tutelage, the day-to-day tutelage of someone like Maldini at Milan, that's a net positive times 100. The fact that you just categorize Maldini as a pretty face that didn't mean anything, and you are in maybe the most prominent channel, English-speaking AC Milan channel, that is not good. That is not good. That is not good. I'm not going to mention names. It was brought to my attention. I was shocked when I saw that take, but I urge that person to go and do a little bit more research and to use a little bit more of his brain and to really understand that we are humans, and humans aren't just numbers. These guys are scared, but everyone is realizing the truth, and that is what is happening. Paul is a full-on Futlanista, as always. Xabi Alonso waiting for that Real Madrid job. Yeah, I see that happening for sure. Bro, his name is Deserbi, not De Acerbi. Isn't there mutually agreed to terminate his contract? Yeah, we spoke about that. He's on a free right now, and people saying he's overhyped. Well, that's Paul is saying he's over. Have a disagreement with Paul. Hope that shit club dinner comes back up. Let's go. Let's see. That's another. The irony is that by winning all the time, you ruin the entertainment. Man, how can you say? How can you be the owner of AC Milan and say that? Like, hey, listen, believe that. If you believe that, believe that, but don't say it. Like, if you say that, that means that you have absolutely no clue about the tradition of the curva, the guys that are fucking follow the team all over the world, all over Europe. You think AC Milan's curva, those fucking crazy fucks, are gonna be okay with the president of with the owner of the club saying something like that? The curva? I mean, listen, I'm not a big fan of the curva. I think a lot of them are the smartest people in the world, but like, you've been at this club you've owned this club for almost 3 years now. It's been 2 years. You still don't understand the tradition and the language of this club. Like, if you own Milan, you should not be saying the irony is that by winning all the time, you ruin the entertainment value. Maybe even if you believe that, you should have. I mean, listen, Cardinal is an intelligent person. He has to be an intelligent person, but he's just lazy, or not lazy. I really think that when it comes to the people, this generation of elites, that this new class of billionaires, they look at the populace as livestock, as cows, sheep, dogs, cats, turkeys, chickens, ducks. I mean, what? How can you be the owner of AC Milan and say that publicly, thinking that there's not going to be any backlash? That means that you have not done one single iota of homework. That means that you have no clue about the tradition of the club, the history of the club, the language of the club. This club has its own language. We have our own language. This guy has absolutely no intention of speaking our language. I'm not talking about Italian. I'm talking about the language of AC Milan, the language that surrounds AC Milan. The language that surrounds AC Milan is that you have to win every single year and you strive to be the best, and you cannot say these things. You cannot say these things. Like, this is just noobness. This is amateur hour at the park. Jerry, please change your communication. I mean, I know I'm happy you're being honest to us, but at least pretend. At least pretend. Winning the PL all the time. I don't see advertisers and the broadcasting companies having a problem with Man City winning the PL all the time, or for Real Madrid with the Champions League. Secondly, by that logic, you'd better start winning fast, since it looks ever more likely that Inter will start dominating this Serie A. Listen, I've never heard a Juventus fan tell me that they were bored of winning the league every year. Actually, you know what happened? They were getting pissed off. The Juventus fans were getting pissed off that they were winning the league every year, but they couldn't win the Champions League. They wanted even more. The Juventus fans wanted even more. Now, for me, as a non-Juventus fan, I'm looking at Milan lose the league every year. I'm pissed off. Yeah, I would love to be able to fucking win the league 9 years in a row. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Man, the out of touchness that it leaves me speechless. Or for Real Madrid, imagine this. Imagine Real Madrid, guys. Real Madrid, according to Jerry's philosophy, what Real Madrid is doing is boring. Them winning the Champions League all this time is boring. It's bad. Imagine if this is what you tell the Curva Sud. As I said again, you can believe that stuff. You can believe that stuff. If you actually believe that winning every year is boring, sure, believe it. I don't agree with you, but you can believe it. But at least do me this favor. Talk the language of the club. Talk the language of the club. Don't talk your finance, economy, World Economic Forum language, talk the language of the club. And this guy, guys, I repeat it again, in these economic forums, they talk about the populace, the people, the consumers, like their livestock. It's pretty worrying. Third, that philosophy could make sense if other Serie A clubs were in line with you, whereas Inter, Juve, Napoli, Roma are actively building to win. Yeah, no, listen, nobody believes that. No, listen, I don't even think people in America believe that. Nobody believes this. Nobody believes that. Nobody would ever say anything like it. Nobody believes this. Only I don't know. I don't even know why this guy says. Again, maybe Jerry should not own AC Milan. Jerry should own the league, right? The XFL or whatever. He owns the XFL, or he shouldn't be owning a club. He should be owning a league. Just leave a club alone. But nobody believes this philosophy. This in sports, in professional sports, if you are a professional athlete and you work in the world of sports and competitive sports, you do not believe this slogan, this philosophy. You don't believe it. Leaving you beyond the curve, and that is actually that competitive endeavor that makes your product better and better. For if you're not the league's president, you're not. Yeah, exactly. You're not the league's president. You're Milan's owner. You don't talk for Serie A. Don't talk for Serie A. Your job is not to talk about Serie A. Well, your job, your obligations should be talk to the fans. First of all, we're not your business partners. Like, I'm not a Redbird business partner, okay? I don't make any money from Redbird. I am a fan. I'm a fan of the club. I've been a fan of this club for years. I know the language of the club. I know the values of the club. Talk to me like that. Don't tell me we're business partners and it's better for the league not to win every year because it's more valuable for entertainment. Who gives a fuck? What are you talking about? You're Milan's president and you haven't won shit yet. So concerning yourself with winning first, saying this kind of shit. That's another thing. Remember what I said earlier, guys? Sacrifice, humility. Humility. This guy hasn't won anything yet. And he's already saying that winning every year is not good for the overall entertainment value of the league. This guy hasn't won anything. Ever since they actually started to run the club and they took Maldini out, they failed the Serie A miserably. The market was a complete failure when we look at the Serie A. Don't be fooled by the second spot. Do not be fooled by it. Do not be fooled by it. It was a miserable failure. Milan was already out of the race in December. We got kicked out by CDK, for heaven's sake. By the way, CDK, what a season CDK is having. Maldini was right. Maldini was right about CDK. We got kicked out by CDK. We got kicked out by Lukaku in the Europa League. We got kicked out in the Champions League. And we failed every single freaking competition. And here you are saying, winning every year is not good because it's not good for the overall entertainment value of the league. Bro, win something first for multiple years, then say that. Mamma mia, ragazzi. Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, like the stream, guys. Appreciate it. Guys, don't forget, thumbs up. Pirlo is Sampdoria's coach. Okay. There you go. Yes, Pirlo is in Sampdoria right now. Xavi could be leaving for Barca also. Oh, yeah, Xavi. Yeah. Xavi is an interesting coach. What about Gilardino? Another interesting coach. He's also part of that generation of World Cup winners with Pirlo, Gattuso, De Rossi, Cannavaro, Nesta, that group of players that now they're coaching is a very interesting group because they're going to grow into their roles in the years to come. one of these, or maybe two of these, or more, is maybe going to become a top level coach given the opportunities. Right now, they're still in the beginning. Add Fabio Grosso in there too. Um, they're still in the beginning of their careers. They still probably have another 20 years ahead of them, something like that, because they're in their 40s, 50s, so they probably can go for another 15 to 20 years, depending on how old some of them are. So they're still more or less in the beginning stages. They're not in the very, very beginning, but they're in the beginning of their stages of their careers. And some of these guys might turn out to be really good. We'll see which one. Someone will come out. Someone will come out. Yeah, our jersey should be better this upcoming war. Upcoming war. Listen, I love the third. The third jersey is incredible to me. I love it. I love it. We need that coaching position to be sorted quickly, but we need to do our due diligence. Yes, 100%. I totally agree with that. I myself won't be supporting Milan for the future due to culture issues. Wow. Expand on that, Edison. Please expand on that. I'm curious. I feel like Zizou is just waiting for that France job to open up. Yeah. Yeah. I see that as well. I think that's a good position for Zinedine Zidane. I think he would garner a lot of respect in the locker room. He's a French legend. He is a footballer. This guy, just like Maldini, is a global treasure, a national treasure for France and for Algeria too. He's Algerian, and he's a treasure, a European treasure in football. He has that kind of status. Uh, uh, he had discipline issues in his career. But regardless of that, he is one of those kind of personalities that could command that French national team locker room really, really well. And of course, he has the pedigree to show it. The new coach will be announced end of next week. Yeah, let's see who it is. Let's see who it is. Bots. What's up? That's Antonio. Nathan. That's why Maldini was so important. He's our Zidane in the locker room. Exactly. That's exactly what I was just saying right there. We are on the same page. Roy, you should mention names, bro. I will back you up. People need to be told. No, I don't want to start wars. Right now. I don't want to start any wars, and it's not a war. This is a legit criticism. I'm not calling people out. I don't have any intention to call anybody out. This is a legit criticism of someone representing maybe the biggest AC Milan English-speaking channel. And when he says that Maldini is just a pretty face and that his presence does nothing and that, and completely dismisses Maldini's work in these 5 past years, that is such a bad take that you really should go back to the drawing board. You should do your homework. You should really immerse yourself in the history of AC Milan. If you really love this club, you should really immerse yourself in the history of AC Milan. You should really be able to understand who Maldini is for Milan and what kind of impact someone like that can have on the players. Just referring to him as a pretty face and thinking that Furlani and Moncada can do what Maldini does is insane to me. Now, if that person was in a random YouTube channel, or whatever, okay, fine. But when you are in that kind of channel, the biggest one, the most representative one, and you say things like that, ooh, that means you haven't done your homework. That means that there's a very big gap, a lack of understanding, not only of the human aspect, but also the footballing aspect. So it's not an attack. It is a criticism. And I urge that person to do a little bit more homework on the subject. So I'm not here to mention names and to start any kind of beef, but I am going to address what has been said, which is insane. I agree the coaching situation needs to be done before June so we can figure out what players they want and done. Yeah. I think that is the best way to do it. Do it right away. Right. Talk about Sempre Milan. I think James Horncastle, guys talk nonsense. I don't know if... Okay, listen. yes, obviously, when I say the biggest AC Milan channel in English, it has to be that channel right there, Sempre Milan. I'm not going to mention names also because I'm not even sure what the name of that person is. Again, I'm not here to fucking start beef. Right now is not the moment. If there is beef to be made, it will happen. It will happen, and we'll make it happen. Right now, I don't have any intention of starting beef, but I am going to address what has been said, which is insane. It is absolutely insane. Who the fuck is Deaz? What? Deaz? I think it's Deserbi. Deserbi. Oh my god, that quote, Jerry is living in a Rocky Balboa movie. That person is new to football and he only talks about his girlfriend. Okay, all right, okay. Fuck it, let them try and cancel this channel for uploading the truth. They'll fail. We'll just open another one. Who the fuck is Dea Cherby? I think he means Deserbi, Paul. If you're going to push for someone, at least get his name right. For fuck's sake. Okay, come on, let's chill out. Let's chill out here. We don't need to insult Abdi. He's a good guy. He's come on the channel before. He's always been nice. We don't need to insult him. Since day one, it's been all about Jerry. The Sempre Milan guys have a contract with Milan, so they have to kiss ass, bash Malini. Maybe, maybe there is a little bit of that. Maybe there is a little bit of this, relationship, this professional relationship. But but you know what? I'm seeing people like Longoni. Longoni, the Milan Hello. Now he has a huge Milan channel, over 100,000 subscribers, and he puts up videos every day. Gets shitload of traffic, like the huge channel. Nothing. Like the English Milan channels are all tiny. They're all small. They're the Italian YouTube channels are much bigger. But he is involved in the club in a more direct way, in such that he actually goes to the press conferences, he asks questions, he has a little bit of a connection with the people that work there, colleagues. But he has been very vocal about how disappointed he has been regarding the management and the direction and the decisions that the management has made. So I don't know if it is maybe just trust in this management by some people, or it is because they want to keep things, good. Roy, how come Duvan Zapata is never linked to us? Would love to have him as our striker. Listen, Duvan Zapata, I've always liked Duvan Zapata. I've always thought that Duvan Zapata could have been a great player for AC Milan. Now he's getting older, 34, but he looks like a beast. The guy is incredible. His physical shape is insane, and he's an excellent footballer too. I'm a fan of Duvan Zapata. I'm a fan. I don't think Bayern fans are excited right now because someone else won the league. They're actually, yeah, exactly. Jerry is perfect for Atalanta. Yes, yeah, you're right, Edison. Jerry is perfect for those kind of clubs. Those kind of clubs would actually be excited to have an ownership like Jerry, because they have had nothing in their history. These are clubs that are scraping by just to get in a final for them is like a major achievement. AC Milan is a completely different beast. We are our own universe. We are our own planet. We are our own system. But yeah, Jerry for a team like Atalanta, Bologna, Sassuolo, perfect. Fans are people that say that winning the league every single year don't get sports and mostly are not real fans. It's all a prestige and bragging rights. Listen, I'll be honest with you, Diapa. I haven't seen many fans even say this. I've barely ever heard anybody say anything crazy like that. If someone right now is saying that just because Jerry said that, my lord, you have to be not so good in the head. But I've not even heard any fans ever say that. I've never heard anyone in my life say that. Say that I don't want to win every single year because it's bad for the ecosystem, for the Serie A. Again, if you are Gravina, sure. If you are the president of the league and your main thing is entertainment and you cater to all the fans and you cater to a different general footballing system, sure, you can say that. Maybe you even have the obligation to say that. But even there, I think it's wrong. Because if you do have a team that dominates, then you're disrespected. You're being disrespectful to that team and to that fan base. But saying something like that is like, who? I've only heard one person ever say anything like that. And apparently that person right now is the owner of AC Milan. If I'm from a town or a city, let's say I'm from Milan, putting myself in their shoes, hell yeah, I want to of course, you want to win every single year, to be the best. And that should be the communication. You can't be like, oh, listen, it's almost like a cop out. Yeah, we didn't win this year, but it's okay because it's not good to win every year. It's bad for the entertainment value of the league. What? About Cardinale's quote, it can't be a lack of self-awareness because, like you said, he's a very smart person. Notice he only says these things at seminars and forums where he's essentially talking to investors, yes. But whenever he makes a pre-planned BS interview with Gazzetta, he always says he wants to be the new Berlusconi and he wants to win. I generally believe that he thinks he's his English interviews won't make it to Italy, and that if they do not get to enough people, or enough people will understand or care enough for him to worry. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, there's that. Yeah, self-awareness, right? And the thing is this, that when he does these economic forums, because we know he's being honest and we know that this is where we actually see the transparency, this is where we actually see what he wants to do. And it's a very unique thing because I don't think there are many presidents or many owners of clubs that do this. Like we don't really we never get to hear the owners of Juventus be transparent, the owners of Inter be transparent, the owners of Napoli, Roma. We barely hear from the owners at all. But our owner, Jerry, is a guy that is very involved in these public seminar forums. He likes to be in the limelight. He likes to be part of these forums. So he's one of the most transparent owners that AC Milan has ever had, and in general, I've never seen it. Honestly, me personally, again, I'm not a guy that follows every single fucking football team. I follow Milan mostly, and then some of the other Italian teams. But this is the first time I see an owner that is so transparent about what his true agenda is. So it's a good thing and a bad thing because we know. But when he does go to the Gazzetta dello Sport and he does say, the classic words, the trained media words, it's so transparently dishonest that it makes you really feel disgusted. It just makes you feel disgusted. Can't believe some Milan fans are trying to take pride in second place. Second place means nothing. Winners write history. Losers are forgotten. Yes, 100%. And one thing was when we got second place the year that we went back into Europe, because that second place was special. That was us coming back from 8-9 years of absolute disaster. That was us coming back from what is now referred to as the banter era. That was this incredible work that Maldini had started 2 years prior to that, building this team of young players and and going through the coaches and bringing Ibrahimovic, Kjaer, the Teo Hernandez, Leao, Tonali, Benasser, and Kalulu, Tomori, Mike Magna. Not Mike Magna. I was still Donnarumma. Sorry, not either Tomori or those guys. But Tonali, yes. Or was Tomori part of it? Oh, yeah, I think Tomori was part of it. Yeah, I do think tomorrow was part of it. That second place, sure, you can celebrate that second place. But now you after what you do now that you're back there, no, 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 no. And especially after how Maldini was treated and how the summer was sold to us, this second place means absolutely shit. It means nothing. We have a team that spent the most in Italy. We were told that we're getting the best players and this and that, but Maldini, what was the problem? And that was absolute bullshit. No way I'm going to celebrate that second place. Great. What are your thoughts on Pioli dropping our experienced players, Calabria and Theo especially? He said Theo was sick and didn't train on Friday, while Theo posted a pic in training. Well, look, I'm gonna give you what I think. The season is over. Second place is secure, even no matter what. So might as well just give space to the other players. Might as well just get them to play. Everybody's on holiday. Everybody's already thinking about the Euros or the Copa America that is coming up. Like the season is over. The season is over. So nobody, Milan isn't fighting for anything anymore. So at the end of the day, I think it is normal to see these players get a starting roles in these meaningless games. And also Pioli is done. Like he's probably done with it too. Like he knows that he's gone, so his mind is not all in it. Right now, listen, if Milan would have the chance to not play the last game, they probably wouldn't. Is it over? Are we done? There's another game, right? I believe there's another game left. Yeah, if Milan have the chance to not play the next game, they probably wouldn't play it. I think that the atmosphere at Milanello, they're probably on, they're thinking ahead. They're thinking about the Euros. They're thinking about their future. So it is what it is. Oh, okay. Here we go. Edison says, I won't support Milan due to my beliefs. I believed yesterday. Official Milan Twitter page posted a let's support okay campaign, and I don't think that's a good thing, and I don't stand for it. I take that seriously. Got you. Okay. All right. Hey, to each his own, and if that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. That's the way you feel. I personally going to abstain from that argument. I don't have anything to say about it. And yeah, there is a lot of that for sure. Definitely. And you know why, right? This is not even, it's because of corporate America. Corporate America right now has a certain, we're talking about language, right? Corporate America right now has a certain language, and this is the language that they have to push. So it is what it is. To me, Pioli is trying to spread the blame. His senators didn't perform this year, so he's punishing them by benching them. But I do think something happened with Calabria and Theo. Okay. Maybe that is true. Maybe that is true. Look, it is possible. I'm not denying that. Um, personally, I've kind of disengaged from the season, so I'm not really very aware of what's going on right now in Milanello. But if you read these kind of things, I'll take your word for it. As a fan of Sempre Milan, I like Oli, but Anthony and Madison have to be the most okay retarded Milan fans I have ever listened to. Sorry, lads, but I lose brain cells when they open their mouths. Damn. Oli should go solo. Hey, listen. Again, I don't want to start any beefs with anybody right now. Right now, I'm beef free. But I see why some people would say what you just said. Practice is at What practice is at Calais in the channel to I don't understand what you said there. And he's right. Even after this last quote broke out on Twitter, there was an army of Italian Jerry fans who probably can't even speak a word of English and were saying, "You idiots, that's not what he meant." He said he's being ironic. Oh my god. Oh my lord. That's the definition of coping. That is the definition of coping. Copium. He said he's being ironic when he said, "Oh Lord." No, he was not being ironic. He actually means that because he believes that. Because he is more, let's say, catered towards looking at the value of the league in its whole. That is definitely a thing for sure. And if he believes that, he believes that. But he was not. That was not being sarcastic. He was definitely not being sarcastic. There's a lot of there's not many, but there are Italian Furlanisti out there, and they're coping really hard right now. Diapa Sonora, yeah, it was, bro. Some people are starting to call them out in the comments. Both people, yeah, no, it's been going on for that whole ideology. It's been going on even before Jerry Cardinale. It's been going on for even under Elliott. Right now, American companies, American corporations are kind of forced to speak a certain language. And you know, I'm not here to talk politics, guys. I'm not here to talk politics. This is not the day. This is not the stream. So as of now, it's not a subject I'm going to engage with. But at the end of the day, I see what's going on. It's pretty obvious. I've lived in the US for almost 20 years, and I think that Jerry and his management crew are the proof as to why I never got attached to American franchises. Yeah, yeah. The American franchise approach is very evident. I get what you're saying. Politics and marketing should stay out of sports, and agree. A garage should not be something that advertised in that way. Yeah, yeah. Um, I yeah. Listen again. Today, I don't feel like getting into politics, but I definitely understand the where these let's say concerns or disapprovals or whatever. But some people might agree with it. You know what? Today I'm going to be a fence sitter. I'm going to be the guy that says I don't give a shit. I don't care about it. I don't give a fuck. And I just don't feel like getting into politics, guys. I don't feel like it. Sorry. But I will respect your decisions and I will respect your stance. I will respect your stance, whether it's no matter what it is. All right, let me send a link here to Lark. Give me a second. Ando. Ooh, the Nuggets, guys. The Nuggets are playing, man. The Nuggets versus the Wolves. This is it. It's in or out. 3-3. The series is 3-3. Wolves have a great player, Anthony Edwards. He's killing it. And the Nuggets have a great team. A great team. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup. Speaking of American franchises, I've been following basketball this season. This season I've been forced to follow other sports, guys. It's like I've really gotten deep into arm wrestling. I love arm wrestling. Arm wrestling is my new favorite sport. I've gotten back into basketball. I've been really enjoying basketball. And there's a reason why. There's a reason why. Hold on. Give me a second here. Yeah, let me link. Let me put some links here. Okay, let's keep on going. Jerry, however, hate Atalanta. Why is that? Can't believe Martino defending Jerry after he said. I don't know if these guys are trying to not be contrarian because of business or because they mean it. I don't know. I honestly don't know. The beauty about this channel is that this channel is a real fan channel. This channel is a legitimate fan channel. We're not towing the line to anybody. We say what we think, we say what we believe. We're not reporting news, right? We're just reading the news that is being reported by other people. So we're not a news channel. We just fans. We give our opinions. We talk about what we know, what we see. So there's no ties. There's no ties here to. There's no ties to AC Milan. There's no ties to AC Milan. There's no ties to Redbird. Now some of these other guys, in order to keep putting food on their table, they have to maintain a certain relationship, and maybe that's where their main reasoning comes from when talking about these things. Here, yeah, this is a pure AC Milan fan channel where we talk about our opinions freely, where we say what we want to say. What does winning every year mean? More sponsors, more advertising rights, increase it. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing that to me is so strange. Is like winning brings you more money. Like the more you win, the richer you become, the more resources you get. I mean, this is pretty basic, right? The reason why Real Madrid keeps on doing what it's doing is because they've set this winning momentum. Every year, there's more sponsors, there's more attention. Bigger players want to go to that club. It is a club that all the best in the world strive to be in, because it's a club that strives to win every single fucking year. The business model to me doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't get the business model. I don't get it. I can relate with what Joel said. I had zero emotions watching the last few games. It is like eating a dish with no. Yeah. Look, I have stopped. Honestly, guys, I'll be 100% honest with you. There's one stat in football, in Serie A, that is that you cannot deny, because again, patterns, math, these are things that you cannot deny. And the Serie A for the past 100 years has been 99% of the times won by the team that has the best defense, that concedes the least amount of goals. So it was quite obvious very early in the season that Inter was going to win the league. So I kind of plugged out a long time ago. I stopped watching the games maybe already around February. I stopped watching because it was pointless. Like you already knew, if you study the league, if you study the patterns, if you study these key factors, these key statistics, you know that the league is going to be won by the team that concedes the least amount of goals. And Inter was just fucking killing it in that department. It's not a record. They didn't beat a record, but I think now they have conceded only 20 goals the whole season. I've seen Juventus concede only 14 goals. We conceded only 15 goals in 94, I believe. But when we are 20 games in and Inter has only conceded 10 goals and we are close to 30, it's like, why the fuck am I wasting my time watching this? It's like we already know that we already know 5 months in advance that Inter is winning this league based on this statistic, which is consistent every single year. So it's been very difficult for me. I plugged out a long time ago, and I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for next season. Plays at Ollie and young defenders. Yeah, I think that's what he should have done. I think that's what he should have done. Instead of playing the Furlani signings, you should play the Primavera. But actually, no, actually, you shouldn't have done that because the Primavera had a very big game against Torino, and it was a game that determined whether or not they'd be in the playoffs. So actually, you know what? It's a good thing that he didn't play the youngsters. The youngsters should have been focused on the Primavera game. This game against Torino is a meaningless game, and if they lose, if Torino ends up winning, then the young players get the blame. So because the young players have this huge game against Torino, by the way, that's a weird coincidence. In the Primavera, it was right for the young players to play that game instead. But I'm fully behind you on this. Salernitana is the last game, right? Where's Lard? I sent him. I told him. I asked him if he was available for live today. I don't think he is, and I did send a link to Mr. Antonio. Let's see if he joins. We'll find out. Yes, Roy. I haven't watched the game since the Shambolic Roma game. So, guys, give me feedback on what's new. Has Jerry been? No, he's not been kidnapped. Jerry is. No, listen, Jerry. Listen, guys. If you follow the news regarding Redbird right now is growing as a company exponentially. They're buying a lot of different kind of assets. Right now, Milan was their biggest asset, but right now they bought a new asset. It's a media company, and it's bigger. The value is bigger than Milan, so probably, a lot of attention will go there. They want to buy Paramount. They bought into Formula One recently. They bought an English media company. So the company is growing. It's growing and growing and growing. Redbird is growing as a company, and it's probably going to keep on growing, keep on being a huge, company. So yeah, Jerry is happy, guys. Jerry is very happy with life. Sempre Milan has an American agenda from those guys. Yeah, maybe you can say that from some of those guys who are more American centric, right? Maybe you can say that. Yeah. Mexican tell bosses will probably run Milan better than Jerry. Ibra is a shit executive, in my opinion, so far. Absolute trash bucket. Good. Let's talk a little bit about Ibra. Obviously, Ibra is not doing what Maldini was doing because Ibra is invested in a whole bunch of things. So at the end of the day, Ibra is really doing this for himself, for his own pocket. It's not the same kind of passion that Maldini was putting into it. And therefore, I wonder if it's the same kind of energy. That is he really fighting for AC Milan, or is he managing his relationships in order to maintain his status as a Redbird employee and as a consigliere for Jerry and AC Milan. So I wouldn't put too much weight on Ibra's role anymore. Maybe in the beginning there was this idea, maybe even call it a hope, that Ibra was going to be a little bit more of what's the word, not a mascot, but someone that was really invested in the good for the team. But now I think it's pretty clear Ibra is really looking out for his own career, and I think most of his time is not even invested in Milan. I think most of his time is invested in other business ventures tied to Redbird. I think Ibra really wants to join the investment world, and he wants to be part of that world. He wants to be part of those people. He wants to be part of this club of millionaire, billionaire investors. Hey, bruh, all good for him, man. Good for him. That's great for him. Great for his family. Great for his pocket. His impact on Milan, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what it will be. But from what we saw this year, I would say it was a net negative. The fact that he came to supervise the coach and he doesn't even show up at the training grounds. Pioli said that he sends in messages, hey, how is the team doing? It's like, really? That's what you do? You send messages to the coach, ask him how the team is doing, compared to that to Maldini being with the team 24/7. Not in their faces. Maldini wasn't there. He wasn't being intrusive, right? Maldini wasn't, but he was there. He was there in the background. And if someone needed to talk, or if Maldini thought he needed to talk to someone, he was always there, always available. Traveling with the team at the training grounds, always there, always there. Mindset, straight ahead. AC Milan, the best. Right now we don't have anything compared to that. Because the quote was, the irony is that if you win all the time, you actually end up ruining the entertainment value of the sport. The unpredictability of the human element. Yeah, no, it was very clear. It was very clear what he said, and we know why he said what he said, because his mind is, for him, Milan, guys, means nothing. Okay, Milan is just another one of his investments, another one of his assets. Is just a number. It's a portfolio. It's an asset in his portfolio. That's it. That's all what Milan is. That's all what it is. There's no heart. There's no passion. There's no even interest in understanding Milan. Roy, what's your take on the relegation system? I don't mind it. It's fine. Three teams go to Serie B. 3 teams come up. There's talk of making the league smaller, less games. But then the counter is, well, you're not giving opportunities for other teams. I don't mind the way the system is right now. The 3 teams that with the least amount of points get relegated. And then as far as the Serie B goes, the team that wins it gets promoted, and then you have a playoff system. I don't have any qualms behind it. And relegation system in general, yes, I totally believe in a relegation system. I believe in divisions. I believe in categories. I believe in levels, because that is the norm. That is the universe. The universe has decided that this is the way things are. So if that's the question, do I believe in the American system of sports? No relegations, just the franchises that buy their way into the major leagues? No, I don't believe in that system. I believe that system is flawed. I think the relegation system is a better system for the general competitiveness of the sport in general. And also, again, levels. There's levels to things. So there's Serie C, Serie B, Serie A, Serie D, promotion, interregionale, etc., etc. And everybody belongs in those levels. And if you can go beyond your level, that's great. There's something you can fight for. So I'm all for the relegation system. Boxing has been insane this year. Big fights being made. Saudis low-key saving the sport. Yes, big fight. Usyk. I didn't see the match, but some of the friends on the WhatsApp chat spoke about it. Usyk beat Tyson Fury. So Tyson Fury now has lost his title as undisputed champion. Now it goes to Usyk. For me, Conceição and De Zerbi are the only managers who will get results. And De Zerbi, if you think about it, with Brighton, who don't even have half the quality we've got them playing football. Listen, there is an argument for that, right? De Zerbi coaching a mid-table team and bringing a mid-table team like Brighton into Europe is an achievement of itself, and you can make that argument. My counter argument is that kind of football, to play that kind of football and be successful at playing that kind of football, not as a mid-table team, Because if you're Sassuolo, yeah, you can play that kind of football. And if you finish 8th, 10th, excellent season. You're a genius. But if you're AC Milan and you play that kind of football, it doesn't work, because playing that kind of football and winning, because remember, what are we playing? Are we playing for trophies, or are we playing for top 4 or top 6 or top 7? If we are playing for trophies, if we're playing for the biggest European spots, for the Champions League, for the Intercontinental Cup, for the Serie A, that kind of football, you need the best players in the world. You need the best players in the world to play that kind of football. You need the best players, the best football minds, the best technicians, and yeah, I do not like slap boxing. Conceição, I don't mind Conceição. I think he's a little bit more of a balanced coach, by the way, Abdi. I think he is a little bit more of a balanced coach. Again, De Zerbi, I love tiki-taka football. I love it. It's my favorite kind of football, technical football, but in order to win, you need to have the best. Ando. Oh, wait. Hold on. I don't have my system rigged up here. Hold on, guys. I got to set my headphone situation up. Antonio, can you hear me?
What up?
Keep on saying something. 1, 2, check. Check 3,
1, 2,
4.
check. Check 2, check 3, check 5.
All
check
right,
27.
Here we go. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, my man?
I'm good. I'm watching the Nuggets. Let's go Nuggets.
Oh yeah, Jokic, Jamal Murray, Porter, Aaron Gordon,
And
Brown.
The white guy Brown, the best.
He's had a very good season, Brown. Brown has had a very good season. He's actually a very reliable player coming from the coach, from the bench. But yeah, so what's going on? Tell me.
No, man, I'm chilling. I'm big chilling.
Yeah, you big chilling.
Yeah.
Are you excited for Fonseca?
I can't wait to see what madness is about to happen this summer. I don't
Any
know.
guesses?
I really am. I'm hearing some rumors that the Malta thing isn't completely done. It probably is done. I'm just hoping that there's a chance that we can get either him or De Zerbi instead of Fonseca, but I don't know.
So you think there's a possibility of Thiago Motta?
It's very small, but there's some rumors.
What have you read though regarding that? The last things that I read, was that they don't even want Thiago Motta.
I heard that they had an agreement with him, but they are considering other names as well. Like I don't think that they're fully convinced, but they probably are going to end up choosing him.
How much stock do you put into the reports of Thiago Motta already pretty much having an agreement with Juventus?
Only Longo said that, but other reporters have said that it's not done, and Romano and Di Marzio have never confirmed it. So I don't know. I don't think it's. I really don't believe that it's done, but I think he's by far the most likely.
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of the channels, and they're all talking about it. A lot of the Juventus guys are pretty excited also of the prospect of De Zerbi, which I'm curious to hear what you think, since you've been someone that has been interested in having him as a coach. But De Zerbi is free now. He's a free man. How do you see? What do you think about that? Do you see that as a possibility?
Yeah, but so far all the news is saying that we haven't even tried contacting him. But for me, he would be better than Fonseca and better than some other people just because of his familiarity with Serie A, his connection to Milan, and I like his style of play. Although it would be a big risk because he plays really, really risky, vulnerable at times. when he loses big. So
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying
the
he's the best.
reputation he built.
Exactly. I'm not saying he's like the best option, but I think I would be interested in seeing what he does. But I don't even think we're really linked with him right now. And I don't know if we still have to pay the release clause or not that he has in his contract.
Yeah, there's some contradicting thoughts even in the chat. I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure we'll see what it is. But yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see what it is. For now, the main guy is Fonseca, so that's who we're talking about. That's who we're talking about. And today, I kind of just spoke about coaches. We're not really going to talk about players yet. By the way, guys, we are going to start being live much more often as the Calcio Mercato starts to get alive, because it is a good time to engage with fans and with fans, with people that want to engage with us, and talk about, and also see and analyze what the team does and how they will build, and it'll give us a decent idea of what this team is going to look like in the future, because the next iteration of Milan is going to be the Jerry Cardinale Furlani iteration. This time it's going to be their coach, it's going to be their DSs and their guys from the start, a lot of their new players that they bought, plus the new players that are going to come in. Now, the whole Maldini work that had been done 5 years ago is slowly dissipating. So start next year, it's pretty much almost none of, you'll have very few remnants of Maldini's work left, and it will almost be entirely the algorithm Furlani ball project. So I'm curious to see how it develops. I'm curious to see what happens. Yeah. All right, there's a good question here. Edison Socoli, Roy, is Italy going to beat Albania or not? All right, listen, I'm gonna be straightforward with you. I'm looking at Italy's roster and I'm looking at that starting 11. Knock on wood, everybody is healthy. It's a strong team. Italy is stronger than people maybe want to give them credit for, but it is a strong roster. The midfield is top notch. The attack, especially with now Scamacca getting to these levels, is top notch. The defense, the center backs, maybe inexperienced, with like the likes of Scalvini and Buongiorno, Mancini a little bit more experienced, but still quite young. Acerbi being the only experienced one. How much can you rely on Acerbi? I don't know. It's still a very good squad. The fullback position is top level. Both on the right and on the left. It's top level. So it is a stronger team than people think it is. But, I've seen stronger versions of Italy completely mess up tournaments from the group stages, and we've seen arguably stronger Italy's even mess up before tournaments start. So it's the usual story with Italy. They're gonna, if they go through, you can imagine that they can go all the way, but there's also that chance that Italy completely bottles the group stages and they can't make it. As far as Albania goes, Albania has had a great qualification run. So definitely a team that you do not want to underestimate. It is the team that Croatia, Spain, and Italy are going to probably be looking at as the team they want to get the points from, unfortunately for Albania. So Albania does have a very big task. Whoever underestimates Albania is going to probably get punished, because Albania is probably going to put their heart and soul into this. And when it comes down to these competitions, that's really what matters the most, your heart and soul. The favorites are clearly Italy. Clearly, Italy has a really good roster. But be careful. I would say if I was the coach, I would tell them, don't take this match lightly. Don't underestimate Albania, and make sure that you be careful. Treat Albania with respect. But whatever Albania does, I know you're Albanian, Edison. Albania, whatever Albania does, they already won. They already achieved a great thing. It's the second time in their history that they get into the Euros. For a country like Albania, that's a big achievement. Getting through the groups, the qualifiers that way too, in such a dominant fashion, is a thing to be proud of. So, no matter what Albania does in the Euro, I think Albania has done a great thing. Do they have a chance of going through? It's very difficult because for Albania, it is an ultimate group of death. Croatia, Italy, Spain, that's huge. But hey, we've seen crazier things happen.
Who's winning the tournament, Roy?
If I were to pick a team based on what I have seen, it has to be Germany. Germany are hosting the tournament. I saw Germany play against France not too long ago, and Germany looked really good. They looked really good. They were out really good against France. I did not expect that. And also, look at the club at club level. You have these teams, the German teams have done very well in the European competitions, and it's teams filled with Germans, right? Leverkusen has a good amount of German players. Dortmund has a good amount of German players. Bayern has, their usual core of German players. So it's a lot of German players playing at very high level. And it seems like they've reached a certain peak. And being also Germany, extremely proud country, as we all know. They're going to take this tournament very, very seriously. So, in my opinion, I will give it to the Germans. What about you?
Honestly, I don't know. I do think that Germany has really good talent, but you know that they didn't even call Matt Hummels, and
Yes,
which is kind of crazy because they have 4 goalkeepers.
that is a good point. And that's something that I saw, and I think that could be a problem for them because Hummels has been performing at an incredible level.
I mean, could
But
you imagine a defense of Rudiger and Hummels? Like, that's
yeah,
fantastic.
that's a very good defense.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's yeah.
That's a great point. Look at Rudiger, finalist of the Champions League. Hummels, finalist of the Champions League. Like, if you look at the finals of the Champions League, the final of the Europa League, it's like a lot. It's pretty much half the German national team, or you're even more. And usually that translates well to the national teams. Not always, but usually it does. So again, for me it's Germany, but it's just my guess for now. Who do you think is going to take it?
I always say France is the best team in the world, but I have to agree that Germany looks good. England, I just don't see them. They have to get over the bottling that they always do. So probably either France or Germany, but I'll just say France for now, just because.
Okay.
But yeah.
My opinion about France is that yes, France is a cauldron of talent. They were always churning up talent, but there's one thing that I saw against that Germany game is that the midfield is not looking very impressive. I get it, Chamani, Camavinga, these players, and Fofana, and Rabiot. These guys they're fighters, but I'm not seeing a lot of class. I'm not seeing a lot of like talent on the ball there.
I would
So
say, yeah, I agree with you because if you look at Germany, they have Florian Wirtz, Kimmich, like I don't know who else. They even is Tony Cruz in the team or is he retired from international football?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that I'm gonna look that up actually.
But yeah, it's just not the same France of the Pogba, Kante, and Matuidi era. That midfield was much more balanced with quality and quantity. Right now, I feel like the midfield is too much quantity. There's not enough
By the way,
quality
Conte
there.
is in the team.
Oh, he's in the team? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they called him.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's interesting. Is he a starter?
Probably not because he's playing in Saudi, but I think I don't know. You can if he goes to camp to the training camp and he's in good shape. You never know. I mean, Deschamps has his favorites.
Yeah. Yeah. So listen, France is obviously one of the favorites for sure. Are they the best team in my opinion? No, they're not. That's pretty much the way I feel it. What about? I see someone says Portugal. What about Portugal?
Also, thank you for people for putting Kroos in the chat because I wasn't sure. Portugal, yeah, I mean they're good, but they are another team that with okay, they have to sort of see, and also they have a new manager now, so I want to see how they do because they have, in my opinion, like so much talent. But they're a little, I don't know, defensively maybe they could be a little bit better. I mean, I think they have as good good of a team as France and Germany to win. They don't need much more, but I don't know if they can put everything together. And also, it's the first major tournament with this manager for them, who didn't really do much with Belgium, to be fair. So I don't know. I think that they could potentially. They're like one of the favorites potentially, but I don't know if they're going to be able to outperform the elite teams.
Yeah. Then of course, listen, you also have Spain there. You never underestimate Spain. Yeah, England, Italy. It's always the same teams, and then the Euro has in the past there has been outliers like Denmark and Greece, but usually it's always the usual suspects that end up winning it in the end. Anyway, whatever. It's going to be a fun tournament.
Did
Looking
you
forward
talk
to it.
about Italy a lot on this pod on this live, or
No, I spoke mostly about coaches.
because I want to
Actually,
talk to you a bit about Italy, but
okay, yeah, sure. Actually, before we move on, one thing that I'm looking forward to a lot, which, by the way, guys, I want to say something here. It's the first time in 100 years, guys, in 100 years that Italy goes into a major international tournament without an AC Milan player. It's been 100 years. That to me is so disappointing. Also, the U21, no Milan players, no Milan players. But we can take solace on this. In 2 days from now, so on Tuesday, the U17 Euro starts, and that is a team with a lot of AC Milan players. With a decent group. The goalkeeper, you have Sala, you have Liberali, and of course you have Camarda, and I think there's another one that I'm missing. There's probably another one that I'm missing. But anyway, that U17 Italy team is looking very good, and it is spearheaded by Camarda and Liberali. So it is a Milan-centric team, and they have the potential of doing very well. So I'm very curious to see how the U17 goes. They're playing against, I believe, Slovakia on Tuesday. Then they're playing against Poland, and then they're playing against Sweden. I saw them play against Belgium, Holland, and Finland. They looked great against those three teams. Now the official tournament starts. So yeah, that should be an interesting tournament. We're going to see some of the Milan youngsters in action, and let's see how they do. Okay, what did you want to talk about?
give me 1 second.
All right. Speaking of winning, look at Man City. Because of winning, they increased their yeah, of course, and that's the thing. When you win trophies, what I wonder if you ask Jerry Cardinale, Jerry, why does Milan have all of these fans all over the world, Jerry? Why? Jerry, why does Milan have all of these fans all over the world? Jerry's full interview is available on Bloomberg YouTube channel, by the way. Yeah, I know. I've not seen it because it's pretty much the same thing as the one he said last time. He's literally repeating that script. And also, like, I just don't want to. I can't take it, guys. Right now, I can't take it. Ibra has posted 10,000 posts about his other businesses and spent 0 minutes of the training ground. Should have known when he said rollback was the next big thing. Man pegs Fulani for a living. Damn, shade on Ibra. Shade. Well, listen, I mean, yeah, he's not showing much commitment to the team aside from the superficialities of the job. You agree on the relegation system? De Zerbi's ambition as a coach far exceeds the ambition of Brighton's owners. True. Having Roberto at Milan will be much different. Obviously, need quality players, yet can reach further and win with less. I mean, Yeah, with Milan, he will definitely have more resources, and Milan is more ambitious than Brighton for sure. If we still have Maldini, I would say we could have dreamed for Thiago Motta, but I would be surprised if he comes under this management. Yeah, all, all, yeah, true. Remember when Mourinho won the CL with Porto with unknown players and less budget? Roserb, Roberto De Zerbi can be that person with Milan with a little push. He will definitely pay attention to defense too. It's an interesting parallel, interesting comparison. Mourinho has a very different style of football, but things like that, anomalies like that, can definitely happen. Okay, you can try and bet on anomalies like that. Um, I think the only way to see if he joins, and then let's see what he does if he joins. But if you ask my cold opinion, my opinion on the spot, I remain the same. I think with De Zerbi, because football, especially now, if you look at football right now, the way football is evolving, it's becoming more of a defensive game, right? It's the teams that are getting rewarded the most are the teams that have been focusing more on the defensive aspect. Um, Generally speaking, not all of the teams, but generally speaking, if you look at Inter has been the core of Inter has really been how solid Inter has been. The thing is, like, if you're De Zerbi, are you going to only concede 20 goals in the course of the season? Right, this season we conceded, I think we're at 49 goals. We're about to hit 50. I think we are 49 goals. We're about to, if we concede another goal against Salernitana, it's going to be 50. You have to score 200 goals. If you concede 50 goals in order to win the league, you have to score 150 goals. Some crazy shit like that. My question is, with De Zerbi, how many goals are you going to concede in the course of the season? Because that matters. That matters. And I'm not against De Zerbi. I'm just wondering. I just have my thoughts. If he comes, guys, he comes. You know, if he comes to Milan, he'll come to Milan. We'll see what he does. This time around, I am not going to oppose the coaches, the decisions that these guys make, because I already oppose them in general with everything they do. For me, honestly, guys, they should have gone with Lopetegui. I truly believe they should have gone with Lopetegui, and the fact that they let the fans influence their decisions shows me more how incompetent they are and how not confident they are in their own decision making. Remember, when Maldini wanted Giampaolo, the fans that were like, fuck this, blah, blah, blah. Maldini said, no, I'm going to get Giampaolo, whether you like it or not. And he got him. It turned out bad, but he stayed true to his integrity. When Pioli came in, the fans were like, me included, no, Pioli, what, are you crazy? Are you crazy? No, we'll go with Pioli. We'll go for him and we'll make it work. These guys are getting influenced by the fans. That says that they don't have much personality to me. If you say, okay, I'm not going to go for Lopetegui because the fans don't deem him good enough, therefore I'm going to go for Fonseca or for Van Bommel or for other coaches that either have a lesser pedigree or a similar pedigree to Lopetegui, is like, why don't you just go for Lopetegui, man? Just at least show me you got, even though I don't like your choices, at least show me you got balls. Show me you got character, personality. Show me you got confidence in your own decisions. That's a big red flag to me that they allowed the fans to influence them into not going for Lopetegui. If those stories were true, that there was a decision already made and there was an agreement, that shows a management that doesn't have much personality, that doesn't have much character, that doesn't have conviction in their own beliefs, conviction in their own ideas, where the mob starts to dictate rules, where the mob starts to dictate policy. That's a red flag to me. Now, of course, if the next coach is Conte, then I'm like, okay, yeah, the mob did well. But if the next coach is Fonseca, it's like, okay, we should just fucking go with Lopetegui, man. What is the difference? It's literally the same person, literally the same thing. Okay, so here we have some information. Roberto De Zerbi and Brighton, with mutual agreement, has ended the contract. Therefore, by law, the clause no longer exists. Okay, so he's free. Roy, it's the same behavioral process of the government shill or the house slave. Sometimes get off siding with the big bad authority only in the case they don't do it out of economic or survival. Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, there could be that element there, that psychological element. I know what you're talking about. I understand it. It could be that too, or interest, and they don't do it consciously, meaning they actually believe the things they say. They actually take on these ideas because Jerry sounds smart and he's a super rich, to feed their intellectual narcissism because it sets them apart from the majority, and it makes them feel entitled to bash everybody who doesn't think like them. I definitely believe that there's an element, or people that take that approach as well, for sure. Yeah, I don't. I can't. I can't tell whether that's what that person is doing or he's just trying to keep on putting food on his table, but it could be one or the other for sure. Ta and Rudiger got it though. They don't really need Hummels. Okay, so Ta is the other one. Ta, yeah, he's also been doing very well. He would have just been on the bench. I can't see England winning a trophy under Southgate, to be honest. England has a very good squad. They got really close the last Euro. In the World Cup, they did what they usually do in the World Cup. They were on a high for a little bit. I don't know what they're going to look like in the Euros. England usually has the same issue. They go into the Euros believing that they have already won it. They keep on doing the same mistake every single tournament. They go in there, and because of whatever reason, entitlement, I don't know what it is, they believe that they own football, that football belongs to England, and no matter who they bring, they're always going to win. If England had a little bit of humility in their approach, they would be a much better footballing nation, a much better football at national level. But there's like no humility. It's like, be humble. Well, that's literally all you need, is be humble and approach these games with respect of your opponents and be humble. But they're not going to do that. It's impossible for them to do that. With all due respect to English listeners right now, I'm just being honest with what I've been seeing from the past decades. Portugal is going to win Cristiano's last Euros. Is Cristiano even playing? Is he going to play? Because last World Cup he was on the bench. Toni Kroos is back. Okay. Ancelotti has recently said that he would like to see Kroos win the Ballon d'Or. Portugal don't have the right manager. I'm not sure who the manager is. They have a really good squad, though. Portugal always has to. Always. I can't ever think of one time, one single generation of Portuguese players with no talent. Every single generation, they're packed with talent because of the philosophy of football in Portugal. It's a very technical game, very, very also aggressive, but technical. It's strange that they haven't won as much as they probably deserve to win, like Holland. They just need the right man to lead them. They have Maybe Mourinho can be that guy. Let's see. They have enough firepower up front to do damage. Leo Ronaldo and Silva. Italy should do good. Look, if they can get through this group stages, I think Italy can be a good candidate to go all the way. Yeah, for sure. What are your Copa America predictions? I'm not super familiar with all the teams there, but obviously it's the usual suspects, right? If you look at the history of that tournament, it's literally either Brazil or Argentina. Argentina, I think, dominates that tournament more than Brazil historically. I believe. Correct me if I'm
What
wrong.
about USA?
USA is interesting. I'm interested to see how USA does. I think USA can do well against maybe some of those smaller teams, but I think USA will struggle. The tournament is in the US, right?
Is it all in the US?
I'm not sure. I think it's going to be either Brazil or Argentina. I think in South America, it's really those two teams. Unless they meet earlier in the competition, one kicks out the other. Maybe you can have an outlier. I remember Chile when they had when they had Bielsa. Was it Bielsa, right? Chile was man. That Chile team looks so. I love the way they played. That's maybe one of my favorite football teams that me personally I've ever seen. I love the way those guys played. I remember them playing against Argentina, and I just knew Chile was going to beat them. You just see it, the way they played, just one touch, beautiful football. Argentina fucking just showing off on the ball. Yeah, it's either Brazil, Argentina. I don't know if right now there's a South American team that is kind of like Chile was a few years ago, where they're kind of above everybody else. I'm not the right guy to ask. That's what Carina there. I'm not sure what you're referring to. It's disgusting, right? But that's what the Fulanisti wants. A Milan with no Italian nationals. Yeah, for me, honestly, guys, like the first thing you do when you buy a club, if you buy the biggest club in any country, especially if it's one of the big footballing countries, the first thing you do is make sure that you have a good core of the best national team players in your fucking team. That has always been one of the key ingredients for success everywhere. And if you don't do that, then you need to have the best of the best, like Real Madrid is doing right now and like Inter did when they won the triplet. Fonseca is purely with hair. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, you're right. What the fuck even happened to Roback? He went missing for a while. I think Roback is one of these players. It's very difficult when you're a Primavera Milan and you have maybe the prospect of joining the first team, but then you get sent away in these unknown leagues. You get lost. It's easy to get lost. Bro, De Zerbi got raped many times this season. It was embarrassing. He got figured out by everyone. Even Man United won them today. Oh, wow. Shout out to Chow not being able to recognize a photo of Totti immediately. Well, fucking idiot. Sell him to Madrid. Yeah. This was insane, actually. I was just I was just surfing Instagram, the football shit. And Chow, I came across a video of Chow, and they were showing Chow faces. Okay, who is this guy? Who is that guy? These are current football players, except for Totti. This guy had no fucking clue who Baschirotto was. He didn't know who De Sciglio was. He didn't know who Orsolini was. It took him 20 seconds to figure out that the guy he was looking at is Totti. Like, what an airhead. How the fuck are you a professional footballer? You play for AC Milan and you do not know who the players you play against are? How the fuck do you not know who Orsolini is? You played against this guy 4 times. You played against Baschirotto 4 fucking times. You're probably defending him in the corners 4 times. You probably played against, I don't know if you played against De Sciglio, but how the fuck do you not know who De Sciglio is? Like, you're a professional footballer. How do you not know who your opponents are? I was very disappointed with that. Like, he's a true airhead. The guy is a true airhead. He is completely absent-minded. Absent-minded. Now, as a football player, I don't mind him. I think he has a lot to learn, and I think he can do really well. Have you seen this, Antonio? Have you seen this video?
Which video?
Of Chow? It's an interview where they ask him. They show a photo of some player, and they ask him, "What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?" Like, he knew the Germans,
Wait,
of course.
seriously? He didn't know who Totti was?
Yeah, he couldn't figure out who thought. He eventually got it, but it took him a while. He didn't know who Baschirotto was. He didn't know who De Sciglio was, and he didn't know who Orsolini was.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Like, that's how do you not know that stuff? Like, kids that don't play football know who these people are. Anyway,
Baschirotto's a legend.
England only call up 4 players that are playing outside of England, but not Tomori.
To be honest, Tomori this year didn't do much. It was injured too.
Yeah, we should probably do a tier list of the a live when the season is over of the players, and talk a little bit about the players and their performances.
We're probably going to disagree on some though, but
yeah. Well, I know you're a big Chukwueze fan, so we're going to disagree on that one for sure.
I don't think he was that bad, but I also don't think that I know Reinders is the one we're going to disagree on a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I was expecting much more from Reinders. Much more. Oh, by the way, let me see something real fast. Oh. Uh-oh. 38-53.
Let's go Denver, baby.
I think the Nuggets are going to take it. What is it? For second quarter? Yeah,
the first half is over.
Oh, we're going into the second half. I mean, it's still they can still come back. I've seen teams come back, but usually when the result is this, it looks like Nuggets versus the Mavericks in the Western Conference Final. That's going to be nice. That's going to be real good. I don't know who to support. Is the U.S. is playing in the Copa America, Canada as well. Yeah, that's right. It's going to be very interesting. Speaking of Portugal, Bruno Fernandes being linked to Inter. Damn. See the difference between Inter's management and Milan management? Inter is a more serious club. They're thinking big. Yes. And one of the things about Inter is also their philosophy. If you even, a few months ago, when we were talking, I did some research on Inter and why they bought the club. Completely different philosophy. They bought the club to win trophies because they want the glory that comes with it, and etc. But then things went to shit after COVID, so a lot of things changed. But the initial idea behind Inter was not to make money off of Inter, was to build a club that won trophies and be one of the best clubs in Europe. And that's why Inter is going to buy players that are ready, champions that are ready to fight for trophies today. They are going to buy some young players, but they're not going to put all their eggs in the young player basket. They're going to put their eggs in the experienced players. And that's why, they do what they do. Give Chow a break. Listen, I get it. He's 22 years old. He's young. He's got a lot to learn, but at the same time, I'm gonna fucking slap him in the back of his head. Seriously, it's like, bro, wake up. You don't know who your fucking opponents are. Like, you don't know who these players are. You play against them. Your job is literally to play against these guys. You don't know who they are. So I'm not going to give him a break. Sorry, I'm not going to give him a break. Orlando Brighton have 11 injured players from the starters. That's why they were in decline the second half of the season compared to the first. Brighton beat Man United 3-1. Wow, 11 starters? That's crazy. Imagine Cardinale was trying to figure out who they... Yes, that would be even worse. I am sure you can go to Cardinal right now and show him pictures of current Milan players, Milan legends, Milan coaches, and he wouldn't have no fucking clue who they are. He would have no clue. Imagine Jerry being shown pictures of little legend. Yeah. Man will blame issues in the ecosystem for lapses in memory. Orlando, during winter mid-cap, the Brighton owners do not want to buy players to compensate the injured. That's where the disagreement started between an ambitious coach. Fuck that. Age doesn't give you yeah, I don't give him any excuses for that. All right, Ando, what's Guido saying? What's Guido saying?
Guido is a psycho, man. He's like,
is he celebrating the 3-1 game against Torino?
He's pissed off. He's still watching all the games, and he's really pissed off.
Did you watch the Torino game?
No. I was busy with something, and it was like, there's nothing to gain from this game, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I didn't watch it either. I didn't watch it either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just want to see what happens going into next year.
Yeah, I'm curious about it. I'm curious. Last year, the last summer, for me and for many of us, from a lot of Milan fans, it was absolutely horrific. Because Maldini, what happened to Maldini really made the summer impossible to enjoy. Now, this summer, obviously there's no crazy factor like that. It's just a continuation of the bullshit. So as of now, maybe there's going to be less stress and tension, in the commentary when discussing the upcoming season. Thoughts on Juventus? Yeah, go ahead.
I just don't know what, I want us to figure out this manager thing quickly. And also one other thing, why the hell are we being linked with Van Bommel still? Like, this guy, I'm sorry, but this guy has no pedigree. I mean, same with Fonseca, but I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's just very scary.
I think Ibra is the guy, right, that they're saying. I spoke about this earlier. I don't want to rehash it, but I am curious about Van Bommel's career as a coach. I think he's got the right temperament to be a successful coach. Should he be linked to Milan now? No, probably not now. Maybe in 5 years, maybe after he gains a little bit more experience. But I think he's an interesting coach for the future. For Milan right now, if they choose him right now, I'd be curious to see what he does. But as far as the coaches we're being linked to, for me, it's Lopetegui. It's all Lopetegui. It's all fucking Lopeteguis, all of them, minus the few guys that are top of the list, like Conte, etc., etc. Thoughts on Juventus final? Thoughts on the Juventus final? I don't like the way Juve plays. I don't like the way Juventus plays. I don't like the way they play. It's just way too defensive for me. That's just an extreme form of defensive football. Atalanta, maybe a little bit unlucky. Atalanta probably should have had a little bit more personality offensively. But Juventus has that tradition. They have that tradition of winning the Mickey Mouse Cup. They love winning that Mickey Mouse Cup. They won 15 of them. That's crazy. They've won 15 Mickey Mouse Cups, guys. We've won 19 Scudettos. They've won 15 Mickey Mouse Cups. What? Where do they get the energy to win that fucking terrible trophy? I don't get it. But, they love that trophy. They have the tradition. I do think that Atalanta will have a better game against Leverkusen. I do think that because Leverkusen plays football, and if you play football against Atalanta, Atalanta can punish you. Atalanta can punish you if you play football against them. I'll miss Pioli calling all the players during the summer market. The famous phone calls. Supercoppa next season, yes. Against the Inter, Juve, and is it Napoli? Or who is it? Who is the fourth team? Go watch the game. Ciao, Kalulu, Tomori are lost causes. Tomori needs Gabbia next to him, someone that has defensive IQ. He can't pair with Ciao and Kalulu. I mean, Kalulu had a really, I don't know if it was an unlucky season, but, he missed so many games. I mean, we can... no, I mean, we can look at this game. I don't know how seriously you want to look at this game. Like, the team is on holiday. I think that Gabbia has turned out to be the better defender out of all of them, which is pretty strange. I mean, I know, Nathan, you have been saying this for a long time. I get it. But for me, it's a little bit of a surprise, to be honest with you. Gabbia has definitely, if I would say, out of all the performances I saw in these games, I haven't seen many of the games. Gabbia, yeah, he deserves to be top of the bunch. I think Gabbia and Tomori is a good duo. It's a balanced duo, actually. Tomori gives you that speed and that recovery and that aggressiveness, and also Tomori gives you heart. Tomori is a player that has a lot of heart, and he does play for the colors. He did join AC Milan with the right intentions. When Tomori came to Milan, he joined Milan with the right intentions, and he brought in some very good things. And I think Gabbia has that Milan DNA, so he understands it. He just needed to become that player, and it looks like he did become that player. When will they appoint the coach? Apparently, end of the week. Oh, Atalanta. Atalanta is the next team. Who do you think the next coach will be? According to what I'm seeing, it looks like it's going to be Fonseca. If I were to take a wild guess, if I were to really shoot in the dark, I'll say De Zerbi. Not because I want De Zerbi, but because I find it a little bit strange that De Zerbi in this situation in Brighton. So either Fonseca or De Zerbi. Let's talk about
the bottom G here?
The bottom G? Is that what you call your dad, bottom G?
No, that's the Andrew Tate meme.
Yeah, I know. Bro, you think I don't know? But no, bottom G is not Andrew Tate. Bottom G is the guy that impersonate Andrew Tate.
Yeah, okay. You're a little Gen Zer.
Oh yeah, I know what's up. The guy that does the dance.
Yep.
Yeah, let me just answer these questions.
Hey, Roy, my dad wants Allegri, by the way.
We'll get your dad in, guys. Let me just get my ear protection, and then we'll get your dad in here. Let's talk about the Mercato. Buongiorno, Zixer coming to Milan. That's a good subject. Thoughts on Hansi Flick, disciplinarian, big pedigree. I don't know. Is Flick coach Germany right now?
No, it's Nagelsmann.
Where's Flick right now?
On vacation.
He could be interesting. Big coach. Flickedy flockedy. All right, Guido. Go ahead, man. What's up? How you doing? Do your thing, man.
Oh,
Guido, come on. What's up? Tell me. Dimmi. Get it off your chest, Guido.
is he? Maybe he's shy. I don't know.
I think he's talking, but he's on mute, and he hasn't realized he's on mute.
You're on mute.
Fonseca's Lille lost a clutch match to Nice. Oh, really?
Oh, you asked me a question, then you mute me. I don't understand.
No, I didn't. I didn't mute you.
I didn't. I was talking. You muted me. I don't know.
No, nobody muted you. You muted yourself.
Yeah. Oh,
All right, go ahead. Answer the question.
right now with all the stupid names that I hear, I take Allegri 10 times.
Bruh, you must be fucking kidding me, dude.
Between
You gave
Conte and
me
Allegri, you take a Conte. Between
you gave
Conte and
me
Allegri, you take a Conte.
you
You
gave
want to
me
know how
so
much
much shit.
you know how much he won? Conte can only say that he won in Premier League. That's all. Allegri never been in Premier League, so we don't know.
But no. The inconsistency here, Guido, is out of this world. You gave
So
me
you
so much.
prefer Fonseca to Allegri?
All right, now I muted him. Now I did mute him. You told me that you never want to see Conte because you hate that kind of football. And now you're telling me that you like Allegri. Allegri is the number one at playing that kind of football. How can you be so inconsistent?
Allegri, you know how many times he changed system with Juventus? He don't have a system. He change all the time.
When you say system, what do you mean? Like
He,
formation?
he change. He play 3, play 4. He don't care. He play based on the situation.
That's not true.
But you
Like,
think of
sure,
Fonseca, those names that I heard, foreign coaches, they want a foreign coach. That's those people. What they gonna do in Milan? What do you think they're gonna do? Fonseca is a good guy. I need Gattuso personality. I need somebody that kick those people ass. That's what I need. Allegri is a mix of both. He can do both.
but I don't understand the contradiction here because Allegri is, you say the system, right? Yes, Allegri will play three of the back, will play four of the back, he'll play 4-3-3, three
Yeah, he
five
changes
two.
it based on what he thinks is good. So he play
He cha-
okay. Do you want me to tell you what he won? You know what he won, right?
okay, no, I know what he won, but let me finish my thought. The thing that never changes with Allegri, first of all, is the system. He changes the formation, but the system is always the same. The system is double-decker bus at the bottom, defend, and if you can, take a shot on goal. One is enough per game. Like nothing is more defensive than the
Roy,
league.
you guys, and I know you don't like Allegri. I'm not really crazy about Allegri, but with all the names that I hear, I take Allegri 10 times. I think you not watch much Juventus games. Juventus, they will play 4, then they play 3. He got lots of injury. Even him, they got lots of injury this year.
No.
So he changed based on what he needed.
I saw I saw a lot of the Juventus games. I saw most of Juventus games. I know exactly how Allegri plays. Are you kidding me? You can't tell me that you don't want Conte and you say I don't want to win 1-0. I don't want any of that, but then you come here and tell me that you want Allegri. That's an incredible contradiction. That's an incredible contradiction. And by the way, Allegri's success in Italy with Juventus was thanks to Conte because Conte built that team for Allegri with Juve. And when Juve came back and when Allegri came back to Juventus and he had to, let's say, build from Pirlo and Sarri, big difference, right? Allegri benefited from the work that Conte did at Juventus, but when Allegri came back to Juventus, he struggled a lot. My question to you, Guido, is if you don't like defensive football, you don't like Allegri either. Why all of a sudden now you're going for the most defensive tactician there is? Are you there? I think he. I don't know what happened. Allegri will sign the Sciglio to rotate with Calabria. I think Guido got disconnected or something. Antonio, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh, never mind. Yeah, I think Guido got disconnected. Okay, so
I'm here.
Antonio,
I don't know if you can hear me. Hello.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Go ahead.
So what I mean is, Allegri. I know many people don't like it. You listen to Adani, he hate Allegri. I mean, they always fight anyway. But okay, you say you won after Conte. What about Milan? Who coached Milan when won almost 2 leagues? Do you remember Montari's goal? There was another league they took from us. So there would be 2 leagues, Milan, 5 Juventus, the most winner of Coppa Italia, 5, two Champions League finals. I mean, do I have to go ahead? Conte, just because he went to England. Allegri, we don't have the proof because he's never been in England. So we cannot judge him based on that. So who won more, Conte or Allegri?
Well, I think it's not right to say that we value Conte because of what he did in England. Honestly, I think Conte is valued mostly of what he did in Italy. Conte, what he did with Juve, and also what Fayadinho says here. Look at what he did with Inter.
Besides, Roy, do you see the way he won the Coppa Italia? Do you see the players that were on the field? That kid, I think he was injured for a while. Juventus got so many good young players that we can dream about it.
Oh,
They got the under 23. That's unbelievable. The kids, they play all over Italy.
I've been saying this for a long time. Yeah, that's a good thing they have. I'm not a fan of Allegri. I don't want Allegri.
He made to play the youngers too. He played the young people too. So he got the ball to put Chiesa on a bench because Chiesa played by himself. And Chiesa cannot play all game. So he put him on a bench because Chiesa cannot play all freaking game. He cannot do that all game long. So I think he knows what he's doing. I don't think Juventus they're better than Inter. As Inter got 2 teams, and they're gonna have 3 teams next year with all the players that are getting now. So I don't think it's Allegri's fault. Juventus, yeah, they fell apart at the end. But they were close to Inter all league. So yeah, they didn't have the cups. I know that, but so I mean, Allegri. I want a Motta. That's all I want. I see Bologna play. I want only Motta. Then you're gonna say, "Oh, you don't have experience." I don't want that Zerbi. He gets scored the millions. If I gotta get that Zerbi, I keep Pioli 10 times. So,
well, look, I don't disagree with a lot of that, but Allegri, no, please, no, thank you.
If you tell me choose between a Conte and Allegri, Allegri is much more. He changed things. Conte's 3-5-2 with Lukaku, palla lunga pedalare. That kind of games, that's why I say I want a Trapattoni. Trapattoni is to play like that. I don't want a kind of shot. Allegri doesn't play like that. Allegri played 4, Allegri played 3, played 3, 4, 4, 4, 3, 3. He changed it. Depends on the players available he has. So
Guido, but whether Allegri puts on the paper 4-3-3, 3-5-2, 4-2-4. At the end of the game, when the game starts, the formation is 7-2-1.
That's a bullshit. Roy. If you look at Real Madrid, if you look at Manchester City, when they defend, everybody defend. Now it's not like it used to be. Roma, look at Roma, they did with us. Oh, but Roma was good with us. Oh, what? They were fucking... Milan dominated, boy. Yeah, we didn't have many chances. How the fuck you have a chance? Roma... You see when you went to steal the area, they all available to pass the ball someone from.
Your connection, Guido, your connection is crazy. It sounds like
I don't know, man.
Can you find a different spot? Because we can't hear you, man.
I'm going to pick Antonio up. I'm driving to Antonio, so.
Okay. Listen, for me, this is my opinion, okay? And everybody has opinions, and everybody. For me, I would rather have Furlani as the coach than Allegri. I cannot have Allegri as. I cannot do that.
That's hilarious.
I mean, geez, imagine having Jerry Cardinale, Furlani, Moncada, and Allegri. It's like it can't get any worse than that.
I think Roy might actually bury himself if that.
I think I will quit football forever if that happens.
Yeah, I quit. If I don't want to Conte, I don't want to Lukaku. I don't like those people. Plus, at least Allegri is funny. He make jokes. He make you laugh. Fucking Conte start fighting with everybody. If you have a Conte 3 years, you're done then. Then we cannot even buy players. I prefer Allegri. I don't know how much money he wants now. He's so mad with Juventus right now, he could be coach. He want to kill everybody right now. I'm
I
pretty
want to
sure if
ask.
you get Allegri now, he want to kill everybody just because he got mad with Juventus.
I want to ask Antonio a question. Okay, but Guido, this question is for Antonio. Okay, so Antonio is going to answer this question, not you. Okay, so a little bit of discipline. Antonio,
Yeah.
how do you explain your dad saying that he doesn't want Conte because of the football that he plays, but then he says that he would like to have Allegri?
Delusion, confusion, anger, and frustration would be the best words I could use for that. Probably borderline insanity and just sort of hallucinating things. But I think, honestly, at the end of the day, we don't need either of them, in my opinion. But
I mean, after all the stupid things you said, I shouldn't even pick you up. But this bullshit.
You're walking.
Listen,
You're walking.
I mean, I play
You're
number
walking.
10, man. I play like a Zigo in my life, man. I'm not sorry. I don't want it. I don't want Pioli as being an extra defender. I told you many times, who's the best coaches in the world? Maybe this Tudor is a defense. He's doing good with Lazio actually right now. The best coaches are all midfielder always. Ancelotti, Zidane. You tell me, man. You can tell me millions. I don't know. They're all midfielder, best goal. Allegri. So who won more? Allegri or Roy always asks about winning. If you don't win, you're not good. So who won more? Allegri or Conte?
I have a price. I mean, I would rather
Who won
not.
more? Allegri or Conte? He
Well,
won with Chelsea, won with Milan. So at that time was me Chelsea.
No,
what
no.
the fuck was Chelsea?
Sorry, you mean
Maybe.
Allegri won with Milan and Juventus. Conte
He
won
got
with
two
Inter,
Champions League
Juventus,
finals.
and-
Conte never passed the quarterfinal.
Well, he lost to Champions League finals.
Yeah, yeah. Well, who did he lose? Barcelona, Real Madrid with Messi, Neymar. I mean, are you kidding me, right?
Yeah, and we
He lost
beat,
because it was his fault,
and
or
we beat
because
Barcelona 4-0, and we beat Barcelona 4-0 in the Champions League final.
what the heck can you want to compare Milan, which wasn't even favorite that time?
Exactly.
Yeah, every shot went to the post. You see Savicevic's goal. You see Desai's goal. Every shot went in post. I mean, we won. You need a little luck when you win games. It's not only like
Now it's luck. No.
you start scoring. Savic scored from midfield. Desai, a defender, he went all the way up and scored. Besides, there was the last goal was 4-0. So, plus, you want to compare Milan team?
No,
Even with the bench, we were the best. So, we were not favorite.
Allegri is too extreme for me. That's way too extreme defensive. Like I'm all about. I believe that defensive football wins you championships 100%.
What defensive football? What you guys? Everybody defending now. They play like games.
So what?
You guys watch games. You guys watch games because you guys do. People go up and down. They defend. They offend. They defend. They offend. Everybody there.
Except for
the defense. Lower.
The only person that doesn't do that is reindeers.
Now, what do you want to do with reindeers? I watch all the people that study all the how do you call it, the tactic and stuff. They keep the Pioli reindeers in the wrong position. Why with the Holland with the Netherlands is unbelievable. Pioli, you gotta go. He's done, so we're good.
Unbelievable.
I hope the next coach knows what he's doing.
No. Listen, for me, Guido, for you saying that you want Allegri, for me is not a problem. If someone comes here and says, like Andre says, I kind of agree with Guido, Allegri over Fonseca. I also wonder if you have a shortcoming in midfield as well. Allegri has to play the way he plays. These are all fine takes. It's all good ideas. But the issue that I have, hold on. No, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Tell me the name.
I'm not done. The issue here is that you've been literally busting my balls because I've been saying Conte, and you've been saying that you don't want to play that kind of football. You don't want to see Milan play that kind of football. and now you're saying that you want Allegri. For me, that's like an incredible contradiction.
He got Lukaku.
I don't
He only won
understand.
because of Lukaku. If not, Conte sucked without Lukaku.
That
But
is
Dad,
so
What he's
Dad,
done without
stupid.
Lukaku.
Allegri plays worse than Conte. Like Allegri defends the entire
Because you
area.
got Allegri changed. Allegri, when he had the good players, he won all the time and lost 2 finals. So because he played Real Madrid and Barcelona, who play in the final.
And where do you have good
So
players at Milan? Where do you have good players at Milan?
I don't know, but can never. The level of football is going down to well. I see people can stop the ball in the air. Professional people, I can stop those balls with my eyes closed. Those people can stop the ball when they come the air. I see people the control of the ball 3 miles away. I mean, I've never seen shit. If you don't play the ball on the ground, these people cannot play football. I've never seen it. I've never seen in my life. They cannot stop the ball in the air. I've never seen. So good luck with the Milan. Do we spend 100 million on players like Chelsea did? They didn't win shit. What position is Chelsea? Not even in a conference league is going to go. So you can spend all the money you want if you don't know what to do with the money, you know.
Yeah.
By the way,
100%.
Antonio, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you, Nathan. Mamma mia, forza Guido. Thank you for the super chat, Nathan. Appreciate it.
Hey, Roy, I want to just tell you about. I was telling you the only person, the only coach that stimulated my interest is Conceição, because I saw Porto play against anybody else, especially with us. They dominate us. Porto play better than the other teams, Atletico Madrid, all those teams. So this guy, yeah, he coached only in Portugal, but I mean, what kind of players he have? He never had champions or. So with all the names they've done, this is the only one I could take it. He's the only one I could take it.
That's another
'Cause
contradiction. Because Conte has won maybe more than Conceição, and Conte has done pretty much the same thing Conceição has done in Europe.
But why you take a Conte? You don't take Allegri. At least Allegri is fun. He got a personality. Conte is a piece of shit.
The question I'm asking you. You have to answer that question, not me.
What question? I like Allegri better than Conte. That's my answer. Not that I like okay, I told you before. Between Fonseca, Lopetegui, all this shit, the only thing I could not even De Zerbi. I like Dionisi better than De Zerbi. That's my answer. So when Dionisi took Sassuolo, they look at Sassuolo Serie B. They kicked the coach out. That's what they did. They went Serie B. That guy could have saved the team.
I don't disagree with these coaches here, with the more inexperienced coaches. I don't disagree.
So if I gotta take Fonseca, Lopetegui, this shit, I take Allegri 10 times.
What about, would you take Conte instead of those?
No, because I don't like Conte as a person and as a coach. So.
No. As a person, so say that you.
I don't like it.
But you can't say. You can't come here and say that I don't like Conte because I don't want to win 1-0.
Listen, Allegri doesn't have a steady system. Allegri has variety. You guys don't watch Juventus playing. He changes all the time.
Changes what, man?
He put 6 offender one game.
He changes his underwear, man. That guy is dirty. That guy has ruined the football. He is literally responsible.
Hey, Roy, you forgot what Juventus
is responsible for bringing the level of football down. If today football has gone down,
he's the best Coppa Italia winner, one of the best league winner, and he lost two Champions League final. He's the worst. What do you talk about? You don't want to talk about winning.
If the quality of football has gone down these past years, Allegri is one of the first.
Did you forget the Juventus, everything they went through? If that's Allegri's fault, Allegri never been accused of nothing. All the shit Juventus did, all the cheating, all the stuff. Many points, they start with 15 points, how many points they took off. You forgot all this kind of stuff. How do you judge Allegri? Based on what?
Based on the way he plays football. That's how I judge him.
He went from Cagliari to Milan and won almost 2 leagues, went to Juventus after Conte, won 5 leagues, he won 5 Coppa Italia, he played 2 Champions League final. Yeah, he had a good team, of course. The team was good, of course.
You think I did? So, I don't know who Allegri is.
What about Conte? Can you tell me Conte pedigree? Tell me Conte resume.
Conte,
What Conte did? What Conte did? He lost every fucking thing. With the national team, he lost. In England, he got kicked out.
who built
What did he?
Allegri?
How many times Allegri got fired?
The team Allegri won with Juventus. Who built that team?
Yeah, yeah, but then we found out that Barzagli, Bonucci, and Chiellini, they were unbelievable. Without those players, and not Conte, not God, would ever won anything. So
And speaking of versatility, I literally said this
yeah,
earlier.
Conte built the team for 10 years. 10 years. That was the difference. It's like when Sacchi went to Milan and we had Baresi, Maldini, Costa Curta, Galli, fucking Tassotti. The guy, Sacchi, he was great. When you have a defense like that, in the course of the history, then you realize they have those kind of champions, but you didn't know they were champions before.
You
So
are a walking contradiction.
you cannot judge. You cannot judge
You
like
are a
that.
walking contradiction. Let me talk now, please. You are a walking contradiction because on one hand, you say Conte had these amazing players. Fuck him, no credit for Conte. But Allegri had those same amazing players, but yet
He
he
won
gets
everything.
no.
He
But
just the Champions League finally lost.
who won first? Who won first?
How many?
Conte won.
Oh my gosh, man! You fucking serious, right?
Conte won
Hey,
first.
Roy, hey, listen, if you want to talk
No,
serious now, if you want to joke, you want to, okay.
No, I'm not joking, guys.
Okay.
The history.
By the way, I forgot. I take a sorry too. I take a sorry 10 times. All on top because I want Italian coach anyway. I don't need a foreign coach. We already have too many foreign shit. So.
Me too. But when we
I
talk
forgot about
Juventus,
sorry. I forgot about sorry.
Juventus with which Allegri won, that was a Juventus that for 8 seasons was trying to come back to top of the Serie A. They had Ferrara, Malesani, they had Deschamps, they had all of these coaches, Ranieri, blah blah blah. The coach that turned that team around was Antonio Conte. Won 3 leagues in a row. Then he left the team, and Allegri inherited that team. And Allegri inherited.
Hey, you forgot. Who stole the league to us? You forgot. Who stole the league to us? Who was the coach when we lost the league with a goal inside the post? That Buffon never said the truth, that piece of shit. Who was the coach of Juventus? Who was Juventus coach?
That game was in February. That game was in February. Okay, that game was in February. That game was not at the end.
We were 3 points up. With that would be 6 points.
That game was in February or January. That game was literally right.
Yeah, deny Milan. I'm a Milan fan. I'm sorry. There was a goal 3 miles inside the post. Can you deny that? You want to deny that?
At the end of the day,
there was a goal. Inter won the games. They stole at least 10 games this year. Even though they're good, they stole 10 games. So, do you want to talk about that? We always lose because they steal from us.
I don't know how you do it, bro.
We always steal. I'm a Milan fan, man. I grew up a Milan fan, so you guys can talk whatever you want. So,
okay.
There was a goal at 3 miles inside the post. So, it's not like a little on the line. There was 3 miles inside the post.
Now I want to respond. Let me respond. I'm going to mute him because, guys, if I don't mute him, I can't respond. He's going to keep on talking. And then he's going to go to the next subject, and he's never going to stop. He's like a fucking machine gun, and he keeps on going from subject to I got to mute him in order for me to get a word in. I don't want to do that, but I got to do it. Okay? Conte built that team. Conte built the Juventus team. Conte built that Juventus team. To give credit to Allegri and not to Conte is insane. If you're going to say that you don't like Conte because he's a Juventino, he's an Interista, that's
dominating Europe. He just had a better luck. He couldn't win the final. What the fuck you want to compare Conte with Allegri? Please.
Allegri, when Allegri came back to Italy, he's been awful, absolutely disaster. The way Juventus plays is disgusting.
Never been out.
When Conte came back to Italy, Inter, he built he did the exact same thing. He built another juggernaut of a team.
Why he left?
Did not concede any goals. Great midfield, great attack, great philosophy, great mentality. If you don't like defensive football,
Juventus was already over. They already won the league.
If you don't like defensive football, you don't like Allegri. If you don't like Conte because he plays defensive football, you can't like Allegri. If you say you want Milan to play great football that looks good, pleasing to the eye, you can't say Allegri is the answer. All right.
Anto, I don't want to hear no more. Okay. Well, it's want to be on the thing. I go. I take it back on.
Okay. All right. So let's keep things consistent here. All right. Let's keep things consistent. All right. Okay. Whatever. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on. He wants to go off like a machine gun and fucking talk. Doesn't give you any fucking room to say anything. But I'm just saying, the contradiction here is just insane. It's insane. If Allegri comes back to AC Milan, guys, that is a tragedy. That is a tragedy. Nobody plays football worse than Allegri. Allegri is one of the main reasons why football looks so bad today. Why you can't enjoy football anymore, because you have coaches like Allegri that don't want they only want players that can defend, and that's it. They don't want good midfields that can control the ball. He doesn't want to play. He's scared to play high lines. He's very bad at deploying counterattack football. His counterattack football is unorganized. It's bad. It's not good. This guy is an absolute terrorist. All right, Guido, go ahead. Now you can talk. Go ahead. Say whatever you want.
You put stuff in my mouth that I didn't say. So then you shut people off and you talk by yourself. So I'm done. I told Antonio, I'm going home. I cannot scream in my house. People sleeping upstairs, so I cannot do that. So,
okay, what did it? Sorry, what did it?
Without the league they stole, would be 2 leagues with Juventus. I think you won 5 with no fucking doubts. Because even Capello was when there was a Calciopoli. Capello was a Capello sport, but there was Calciopoli. So Allegri come clean like a fucking postcard. So.
Okay, yeah, and I disagree with that. I
He's
disagree.
a funny guy. He's from Tuscany. He's a nice guy. He's fucking jokes. I love it.
Okay, yeah. Furlani says a lot of jokes too, I'm sure.
And
But
he's
listen,
not my favorite coach. As I say, I prefer Sarri or Conceição, then Allegri.
that makes no sense.
Conceição is a foreigner. Was Inter and Lazio. I don't need those people. They can go fuck themselves. Pioli was Inter fan. Pioli was Inter fan. I don't need an Inter fan coaching my team. So
Conceição is another Allegri. It makes no sense. But listen, I want to respond to
they dominate with us. We couldn't see the ball with Porto. What are you talking about? Conceição is like Allegri. Conceição play defense, offense. He plays every fucking thing. He's a Portuguese. They play good soccer. What are you talking about?
Okay,
I know you guys. Listen, I got too much time. I watch all the Italian game. I watch all the games. You guys don't watch games,
Yeah,
man.
we don't watch anything.
You guys talk about
don't
the fucking by the news you read. You guys don't watch it. You don't have time. What do you do all day?
Okay. Listen,
I got time to watch games. You don't do it.
let me respond to the Montari thing. That game is just an excuse Milan fans are using for losing that Scudetto. Allegri lost that Scudetto not because of the Montari goal. That Montari ghost goal happened in February. That was the beginning of February. So you had whole of February, you had the whole of March, you had the whole of April, and you had the whole of May to win the Scudetto. This idea that Milan was robbed of the Scudetto is a cope that is so embarrassing that I wish people would just stop using. Because Milan had 5 months to win that Scudetto. That one goal that that did not happen is not the reason why Milan did not win that Scudetto. That same season, we lost against the bottom teams. We lost against Fiorentina, a key game. We lost against Lazio. We lost against Udinese. We lost a lot of games. And then Galliani, in order to protect himself, to protect Allegri, to protect Milan, he tried to create this propaganda about the Montari goal. But that shit did not fool me. Did not fool anybody. It only aggravated the Curva Sud types, right? Guido is a Curva Sud type. But the people that are not going to fall for that kind of propaganda. No, Allegri lost that league because he's a shit coach that plays shitty football, and he lost some key games that he shouldn't have lost. Yes, it should have been a goal. That should have been a Montari goal. The result maybe should have been different. Who knows? Maybe Juve would have still won that game or tied that game. But that game did not determine the outcome of the season. 100%, it did not. Galliani, this is one of the things I think Galliani is a little bit of a chicken about. It's like, no. Call it for what it was. Allegri had an incredible team, and he played like shit. He had the best players in the fucking world at the time, and Milan could not hold the ball for more than three passes. It was awful to watch. That was all on Allegri. It had nothing to do with Montari. Ranieri, you think Ranieri is a great option? I'm all for Italian managers and whatnot, but not thinking it says Milan materials. But no, of course, Coinsao is Milan material. I mean, I think if you coach Porto, that's pretty big. All right, Guido, are you still here? Are you still going to give us the Montari excuse?
One second.
Okay, Guido's gone. I don't know. I mean, shit. I'm going to be honest, guys. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Guido, if you say Monta, I say fine, but choosing Liga over Conte, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, for me, that doesn't make much sense. It's a pretty big contradiction. Oh wow! End of the third quarter, Timberwolves 66, Nuggets 67. Ooh, it's getting heated. It's getting heated. It's going to be a close game. All right, guys. So we're going to probably go towards the end of this. The next lives are going to be a little bit more catered towards the players and, of course, the coaches, etc., etc. We're going to be discussing a little bit more about the market. And Origi is coming back. So yeah, there's a lot to talk about regarding the specifics of the team. Pioli thinks that Milan was at par with Inter. The difference is continuity, blah, blah. Okay, guys, we're going to close it here today. Everybody, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate you very much. We will start soon. We'll soon become much more active. We're going to probably go to the 1 hour live format a day that we were doing in the summer. Again, last summer, things were extremely heated. We had a lot of fights. It was very heated. This summer, even though there's a lot of disappointment, there's a lot of concerns, things are probably going to be a little bit more lighthearted. Ando, what's up, man? Your dad is a fucking machine gun, dude.
I'm with him. I'm with him right now.
Guido il mitragliatore.
He's very passionate.
All right, any last words, Antonio?
What's the score of the Nuggets game?
Wolves are up 1.
Are you serious? Wow.
Fourth quarter, up 3. Wolves up 3. Let's see who's killing it. Edwards. Oh no, K Towns, the big guys, is doing well. 21 points. Jokic 20, Murray 29. Should be a fun game. Let's see. Buongiorno Scalvini, Bologna, Calafiori. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting players. As I said, guys, we're going to be quite active coming up soon on the daily, following the news, following the Twitter drama, and just doing our usual commentary and seeing what you guys have to say. There's no light at the end of a tunnel as long Redbird are still running the shit. That's what it feels like. Is there a light at the end of a tunnel, Antonio?
Yes.
What is it?
Thiago Motta. We're gonna get him. And
Let's go, Motta. Let's go, Motta.
Roy, I guess I'm gonna head out. I'm trying to watch the end of this game. Yeah, but anyways, I'm down to play FIFA or do something later if you are.
No, get Guido here. Give him his last words.
He's pissed off. It's better if you don't.
Yeah, man, I'm pissed off too, but I'm still here talking.
You don't talk. You don't let people talk. So I have people sleeping upstairs. I cannot scream.
Come on, tell him to give us his last words of wisdom for us all to say goodnight.
Oh, how many languages you speak? Listen to this.
And that's exactly the kind of words of wisdom you're going to get from Guido. Some very, very deep words of wisdom and knowledge. Might as well support Monza, but feel more like a Milan. Yeah, listen. Let's see. Let's see what happens. One thing for sure that is going to happen from me is that I don't see. Oh man, I don't know. I don't want to. I'm trying not to be negative because I'm not negative. I'm just. I don't know. We'll see what happens, guys. We will see what happens. As I said, last year we had that whole Maldini thing that really upset things. It made things very, very tense. Maybe last year was a little bit more difficult to evaluate the situation, even though I do think we evaluated AC Milan pretty well. I think we were pretty on spot with a lot of the things that we evaluated. And we keep on seeing the confirmation right now. But guys, this is not something that we're doing that I am doing because I want to. I'm not a negative person. I'm not trying to be negative for this. I'm not being negative, actually. I'm just saying it the way I see it. Some people agree, some people disagree. I don't know what they can do this year to turn things around. And the other thing is this, that even if they do turn things around, because of how Maldini was treated, I can't support these guys. I just can't do it. Like Maldini to me is like, it's like family. It's like this guy has been alongside me and Milan fans, alongside Milan for some of us our whole lives. And what he meant for Milan, what he did for Milan, what he did for Italian football, for football in general, you just can't send them off like that. It's too disrespectful. I can't do it, guys. Even if Milan next year wins the Champions League, the World Cup, the Olympics, the Nobel Peace Prize, I cannot give this management credit for how they treated Maldini. I cannot do it. Anyway, we'll see what happens, guys. Please remember to like, share, subscribe, do all those good things, and we will continue to follow the situation. We will see. Our team got bashed against a mid-tier Torino this weekend. We didn't have our top G's, Magic Mike Leao for 70 minutes and how terrible did we look? Think twice before silent imagine. Yeah, that's another thing that we got to talk about in the upcoming lives is which player will be sacrificed. Roy, with purely I believe he's putting the algorithm players on full display, siding Leao and Theo. Yeah, we saw those players against Torino. Didn't look good. All right, guys. Anyway, Antonio, last words. Phenomenal, Antonio. Absolutely phenomenal. All right, guys. Have a good one. Till the next time. Peace out.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Ciao.